네, 행사 10분 전이라 잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of the first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju will soon begin at 1 o'clock. Those who are outside of the hall, please come inside and take your seat. Once again, starting from 1 o'clock, we would like to begin the opening ceremony of the first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju. Those who are outside of the hall, if you can hear me, please come inside of the hall and take your seat.
네, 그리고 자리해 주신 여러분들께서도요. 휴대폰 살짝
And to our on-site participant, to ensure smooth operation of the event, please check if your cell phone is turned off or if your cell phone is muted. Please kindly turn off or mute your cell phone. And I believe you have gone through a lot of hindrances to come inside of this hall, checking your temperature and wearing masks. Nobody is complaining about these because this is something that we have to do. So once again, this event is being conducted in compliance with the COVID-19 prevention guidelines. I ask for your cooperation.
자, 잠시 후 1시부터 개회식 시작하겠습니다.
Starting from 1 o'clock, we would like to begin the opening ceremony of the forum. Once again, if you are outside of the hall, please come inside and take your seat.
네, 행사 시작 전에 착석해 주
Once again, please take your seats. And before we begin, I would like to thank you all for your cooperation. Take your time and come inside. We have 5 more minutes to go before we begin the opening ceremony. I believe that in the front row you can find seats with your name tag that are prepared for our VIPs. Please find your name and take your seat.
네, 그리고 테이블이라기보다
Also, when trying to sit on the chair, you can find receivers. The receiver is for simultaneous translation services. You can use channel number 1 for Korean and channel number 2 for English. The event will be simultaneously translated. Please refer to the slide for channel information. Once again, channel number 1 is for Korean and channel number 2 is for English.
네, 내빈 여러분들께서도 함께 자리해 주셨습니다.
I see many VIPs coming inside of the hall. Thank you very much for gracing this event. I believe because of the COVID-19, we couldn't meet with each other as frequently as we wanted. I hope that on this occasion you can finally meet with each other in person. We have 3 more minutes to go before we begin the opening ceremony. Please take your seat.
네, 코로나19로 인해서 사회적 거리 두기
Due to COVID-19, we have been sticking to a lot of quarantine measures and prevention guidelines such as social distancing. These are something that we have to keep. It is very unfortunate that we cannot invite as many guests as possible because of the quarantine measures, but still you can find some empty seats prepared for you. We have prepared chairs for you. Do not hesitate and take your seat.
네, 장례가 정리가 될 수 있도록 질서 있게 착석할 수 있도록 여러분들 좀
I ask for your cooperation so that we can arrange the setting and begin.
자, 정확하게 이제 1시에 방송도 해야 되고요. 또 생중계가 될
This event will begin at 1 o'clock at the top of the hour, and this event will be live streamed. So I ask for your cooperation once again. And once again, to ensure the smooth operation of the event, can you please kindly check your cell phone? Please turn off or mute your cell phone.
소리로 되어 있어도 괜찮은데요. 아마 울리면
If it rings in the middle of the event, you can embarrass yourself. So please mute your cell phone or might as well turn off your cell phone temporarily for the sake of the event.
현재 본 개회식은요. 아태영 리더스 포럼의 홈페이지와
The opening ceremony is live streamed through the YLF homepage and also through YouTube. And this will also be live streamed through the JDC webpage. And I believe we have a lot of Zoom participants. To those of you who are joining us on Zoom, please make sure that you mute your microphone. And once again, As for the receiver, you can use channel number 1 for Korean and 2 for English.
그리고 이 개회식이 한 45분여 정도 진행이 되고
The opening ceremony will last about 45 minutes, and as long as the opening ceremony is over, we will swiftly move on to the special dialogue session. So to those of you who are sitting close to the door might keep opening up and being closed down, and this scene might bother our distinguished speakers or participants who will be enthusiastically delivering his or her ideas. So I hope that we can keep the front door closed, and I hope that we can all refrain from making unnecessary movements. Once again, to those of you who just came inside, please check your cell phone and make sure if they are muted or turned off. I myself went through a lot of diverse hindrances such as PCR tests and the temperature check and so on and so forth. I believe you all have gone through all these thorough measures. But then this was not bothersome at all because I could see that I can feel safe in this forum. I could feel assured that this forum is held in full compliance with the quarantine and prevention measures. I believe you feel the same. So during the event as well, including myself, I hope all of you can keep your masks on.
오늘 이 귀한 시간이 여러분들에게 정말 많은 것들을 가져가
I hope that you can take a lot of valuable lessons on this occasion.
네, 본 행사는 아트 영 리더스 포럼 홈페이지
Once again, this event will be live streamed through the YLF webpage, JDC webpage, and also on YouTube. Invite some of your friends to join in. Subscribe to the channel and like the channel, and many of you can leave comments or questions in the chat box.
자, 장례가 정리가 되고 그리고
As soon as we are ready, we would like to kick off the opening ceremony of the forum.
네, 일찍 와주셔서
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I would like to thank you all for joining us. Welcome to the First Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju, and I am Kim Mi, and I will be the MC of today's ceremony. It's my pleasure to meet you all. As the very first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju being held in the year 2021, I believe that we have been preparing for this event for more than a year. I am very excited to see what we are going to enjoy in this forum. In this event, we would like to create a venue where senior mentors and young generation can meet together. And we are going to talk about peace, environment, and youth employment, and many other diverse societal issues and changes we are facing. With that, I believe this forum will be indeed an informative one. Before we begin, let me introduce some of our VIP participants gracing this event, and I hope that you can all join in and welcome of our VIPs with a big round of applause. First of all, we have Chairman Moon Dae-rim from Jeju Free International City Development Center as our host. Next, we have Chairman Kim Sung-hwan of East Asia Foundation with us today. Also, we have Consul General Yoshiyasu Ishiki from Consulate General of Japan in Jeju. Plus, we have Mr. Park Won-tar, member of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council. Also, we have Mr. Kang Chung-yong, member of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council. And we also have Ms. Oh Young-hee, member of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council, who have a special interest in these fields. And we also have Seogwipo Mayor Kim Tae-yeop. We have a lot of young supporters here in this room. Please give each other a big round of applause. I also would like to thank all of our on-site and online participants for joining us despite your busy schedules. With that, let us watch a short video clip to see what we are about to enjoy for the coming 2 days.
로스트 제너레이션이 아니라 웰컴 제너레이션이라는 이름이 더 잘 어울린 것 같습니다. 변화에 겁먹기보단 웰컴이라고 말하면서 앞으로 걸어나가는 세대라는 의미에서요.
네, 개회식입니다. 다시 한번 큰
Once again, let's kick off the opening ceremony with a big round of applause. I hope you have a very good time in this forum. With that, let me invite Chairman Moon Dae-rim for his opening remark. Please welcome him with a big hand.
여러분
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greeting. I am DAY1-1st, CEO and Chairman of JDC. I'd like to express my gratitude and send words of welcoming to all the offline and online participants, especially all the people who are joining with us through the online platform. Also, this occasion is being honored by the presence of Mr. Park Won-chul and Kang Chung-young and Oh Young-hee, members of the City Council, as well as Mr. Im Jong-un and Mayor Kim Tae-il of the Seogwipo City, and the Japanese Consul General in Jeju, Mr. Iseki Yoshiyasu. My special thanks goes to the keynote speaker, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of UN, as well as distinguished guests. Especially, this forum has been prepared together with by the Jeju Special Governing Province, Korean National Committee for UN Habitat, Korean Foundation, UNESCO, APCEIU, APLN, National Geographic, Society Asia. Thank you, the leaders of the institution as well as their staff members for making this forum possible. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizer as well as Chairman Kim Sung-wan of East Asia Foundation as well as his staff members for working hard to prepare this year's forum. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the first Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju 2021 has three main themes: environment, peace, and the youth and jobs. Under these themes, young and older generation will seek for solutions for issues and challenges we are facing, and obviously they reach a consensus that genuine changes are very much needed. The role of young leaders for sustainable development and peace will be the overarching theme for today and tomorrow. We will collect wisdoms from younger and older generation to propose desirable roles and direction of the youth. The mankind went through rapid industrialization and has faced many conflicts of interest at the national level, which resulted in not a small amount of environmental, social, and economic challenges. Global warming induced extreme climate crisis, aggravating conflicts in various regions, and confrontation between classes and generations. The fourth industrial revolution imported job crisis, as well as pandemic, are all endangering the crisis because we need to adapt ourselves to new environment. So these challenges we're facing are transnational. That's why we need also transnational cooperation and coordination and put those ideas into actions. The global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, a report published by IPCC tells that we need to limit the temperature rise 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrialization level, and by 2030, the total carbon emission must be reduced by 45%, and by 25, a full carbon neutrality must be achieved, and this kind of urgency has been presented by this report. Soon after, a special dialogue will be unfolded so that we can have an in-depth discussion on this very important topic. The leader of the future, the youth, your active discussion and participation will allow us to talk about multiple issues faced by nations around the world, and we will be able to produce positive outcomes and lay a foundation of sustainable future. I hope that this forum can be a place where we can shape the future, promising future together and make a small but meaningful step forward. Our leaders, future leaders, and the youth need to take this as an opportunity to think together, work together, and act before anyone else, and JDC will work to the fullest to make that possible. This is just the first year's forum, but this will be an annual forum going forward. The Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju will be better and better going forward. So I ask for your participation and interest, and I wish luck and health to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you. This has been Chairman Moon Dae-rin from JDC. He has expressed his gratitude to all the participants and also gave hopeful messages to the future, saying his wish that young generation can be the pillar of that future going forward. Next, moving on, we would like to invite Chairman Kim Sung-hwan, who served as the 36th Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Korea and is now working as the chairman of East Asia Foundation. He will deliver his welcoming remark. Please give Mr. Chairman a big hand. He has put a lot of effort to make this forum possible. Please give him another big round of applause.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the East Asia Foundation, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants of the very first Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum under the theme of the role of young leaders for sustainable development and peace in the Asian Pacific region. I would like to express my special thanks to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of United Nations, and the Chairman of JDC, Moon Dae-rin. Living in 2021, we are now facing an unprecedented crisis stemming from the multiple dangers. As we are going through, COVID-19 has swept across the globe, taking a devastating toll on societies all over the world. In the security area, the intensifying US-China rivalry is causing concerns for the possibility of a major conflict in the flashpoints such as the Taiwan Straits. Most importantly, the global climate is aggravating so rapidly that many experts are saying that a climate catastrophe may be on the horizon, if not already here. Compounding the problem for the global youth is the fact that the current crisis is leading to constriction in the employment market, and finding jobs is becoming more difficult as years go by. The generation that will have to endure the brunt of the cost of today's crisis are the youth. But I'm confident that our young generation will wisely address the current crisis again. Through most of human history, the youth have been the vibrant force that propelled important developments and progress. Certainly, this was the case in Korea, where the youth were the main actors in advancing Korea's democratization movement and achieving economic growth. Thus, I would like to emphasize that now is the time to harness the energies of youth that for so long moved human progress forward and channel it towards solving the daunting crisis of today. I hope the Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum will become the valuable platform for youth to exchange ideas and devise common strategies for the numerous perils that endanger peace and coexistence. I also hope that the messages and perspectives yielded through our lively discussion would serve as a beacon that can guide the youth as they assume the position of leadership of the global society. Before I conclude, I would like to briefly introduce the East Asia Foundation. East Asia Foundation was established in 2005 with the generous support of Hyundai Motor Group, with the goal of promoting peace and prosperity in East Asia through human and knowledge networks. East Asia Foundation focuses on publications such as East Asia Foundation Policy Debates and Global Asia that invites opinion and wisdom of experts on various issues facing Asia. Another key pillar of East Asia Foundation's activity is incubating the young generation through the sponsorship of a Global Asia Leadership Forum, providing a space for students to actively engage in discussions and international exchange activities on issues that Asia face. East Asia Foundation also maintains internship and fellowship programs that aim to foster talented students as the future leaders of Asia. I would like to end my welcoming remarks by expressing my deepest gratitude to all the experts, youth leaders, academics, students, and other participants who have joined us here today. I would also like to thank JDC and other partnering organizations that have endeavored greatly in organizing and sponsoring the first Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum. Thank you very much, and see you all in the session. Thank you.
감사합니다. 네, 김성관 동아시아재단 이사장님이셨습니다.
Thank you. This has been the Chairman Kim Sung-hwan from the East Asia Foundation. Indeed, we are facing a lot of challenges, notably the employment market challenges. He put faith in our young generation that we can pull this through. Next, we have video messages celebrating the very first opening of the forum. The first message is from CEO Kim Sura of Market Curly, who provides healthy food to many busy households. Please take a look.
안녕하세요.
Greetings, I'm Kim Sila, the CEO of Market Cully. Distinguished guests who are with us today at the starting point of Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju. I express my gratitude to all of you as well as to those who worked so hard to organize and to successfully open today's forum. Entering the COVID-inducing new normal, which has caused rapid changes in traditional industries, digital transformation of a faster pace, the rise of ESG as an indispensable element, I believe that this forum will be a venue where a variety of discussion will be unfolded on roles and responsibilities of the youth and upcoming paradigm shift. Not just Korea, but all countries around the world has been working hard to overcome the pandemic. Undeniably, the youth around the world now have to face more diverse challenges than pre-pandemic times and need to equip themselves with an existing insight requiring to obtain future-proof capabilities and to respond to impending changes. The Living with Korea strategy will be implemented soon, and in this context, the forum will talk about the youth proper way forward. The forum will deal with multiple topics relating to, for instance, peace and environment, and will envision a future society established on respect-worthy principles. At the same time, various talks on how to shape the value system we want to enable us design diverse approaches to start a business, including startups. From now on, please direct all your attention to the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju being unveiled. I hope that this forum can help the youth create a consensus on social issues and change lying ahead of us, and also present a chance to discover common solutions to common challenges of today. Thank you.
네, 김수라 대표님의
Thank you. This has been the CEO and founder of Market Curly, Kim Soo-ah. The next message is from another amazing young leader. The message is from Bali, Indonesia. Founding Bye Bye Plastic Bags at the age of 12, she has been selected by Forbes as top 10 most inspiring women in Indonesia. I bet you are keen to know who she is. We have a young activist to remove plastic bags from Bali, and she is Melati Wizen. Please take a look.
Hi everyone, it's Melati here, filming a video from Bali, Indonesia, at our headquarter office of Bye Bye Plastic Bags and Youthtopia. I was really honored when I got the reach out to share a short video message to all of you today. First, I want to extend a massive congratulations to all of you for the first ever Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. Yay! I was honestly so excited to hear that this forum has started because I believe, and I know one thing for sure, it's that young people can accelerate that much needed change we wish to see. Because when I started my activism, I was 12 years old. Can you imagine? Do you remember what it was like being 12 years old? I had absolutely no idea how to create a business model, no idea how to build a team or where to start. But what I did have was a clear vision for change. So that's the challenge for all of you today. I hope that you feel through this forum the sense of why it is important to create change, but more importantly, how each and every one of you can be a part of the solution we want to see. So go out there, use your voice, use your vote, use the choices that you make on an everyday basis, and make sure it contributes to the world and to the future we are proud of. From Bali, I am wishing you a great event, and I cannot wait to hear how it went, and more importantly, what you are going to do after the event is finished to create real change. And once again, congratulations to all of you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. The last part of the opening ceremony is the keynote speech. As our keynote speaker, we have the very embodiment of global leadership. Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of UN, is joining us online. He is joining us over Zoom. If you are ready, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Mr. Ban.
Thank you for your kind introduction.
네.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moon Dae-rim, CEO and Chairman of the Jeju Free International City Development Center, Honorable Kim Sung-hwan, Chairman of the East Asia Foundation and former Minister of Foreign Affairs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it is my great honor to speak to you as part of today's Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju 2021. It is my privilege to deliver these remarks at such a vital juncture for young people, both here in the Asia-Pacific region and all around the world. I wanted to participate in person, but because of my scheduling conflict, I'm sorry that I'm doing this through Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves at a crucial period for realizing sustainable development and building peace in the post-COVID-19 era. And the youth have a crucial role to play. My special thanks go to this forum's host, the Jeju Free International City Development, JDC, its organizer, the East Asia Foundation, EAF, and all of the eminent partner organizations who have come together to ensure the successful realization of this forum. You are all serving an indispensable role in advancing sustainable development, taking action on climate change, building peace, and facilitating partnerships between the youth, academia, government, the private sector, international organizations, and NGOs. I take this opportunity to salute every one of you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves at the center of a variety of covering global crisis and increased uncertainty. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend our economies, societies, and the way of life. Climate change is rapidly worsening with the superstorms, extreme heat, flooding, fires, and droughts, all expanding in both frequency and intensity. Great power tensions and regional conflicts are growing, hindering global cooperation when it is greatly needed. At the same time, new technologies are altering how we communicate, live, and work. Sweeping advances in the fields of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and robotics are rapidly changing our countries, cities, and communities. However, despite these challenges, we have made progress in key areas, and I believe we have invaluable opportunities to change the world for the better. But to do this, we need to work together through a driving commitment to sustainability, peace, global citizenship, and the power of partnerships and cooperation. Today, I wish to speak to you about this forum's guiding theme, the role of youth, sustainable development, and peace in Asia Pacific during a period of great changes. First, I will highlight the importance of elevating our cooperative efforts to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And second, I will underline the utility of global citizenship and explain how the youth can lead us to a more sustainable, peaceful, inclusive, and brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young leaders, now into its second year, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to alter our personal lives, communities, and the world. And it has also inflicted severe hardships on the youth. With over 250 million global cases and more than 5 million tragic global deaths, this pandemic has caused immense suffering and challenges all around the globe. Beyond oversized impacts on global economic growth and pronounced supply and demand-side disruptions, COVID-19 has also amplified existing inequalities in health, labor, housing, food, gender, and other key areas. Under this troubling backdrop of the current global development landscape, it is clear that the ongoing recovery will be both extended and arduous. And this is particularly true as vaccine inequity continues to extend the pandemic for so many. To ensure that we recover correctly, it is not enough to build back. We must build back greener, and that means more sustainable way. To do so, first, we need to ensure equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and go much further in the fight against the vaccine inequity. The fact of the matter remains that the global response has not only been too slow, it has been too unequal. This is the most pressing task ahead of us, and one that will not only strengthen multilateral collaboration and enhance critical partnerships, but also set the stage for a more secure and cooperative international order in the post-pandemic era. In addition, as we strive to vaccinate the world, leaders must also elevate their actions to harness the transformational blueprint of the United Nations global goals to ensure sustainable development, act on climate change, and build peace and security. Indeed, in this era of pandemic, division, planetary warming, and increased uncertainty, we must urgently recommit to the UN SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. This will help us bring together, closer, build back better from COVID-19, and revitalize multilateral cooperation when it is now needed more than ever before. Doing so would also tackle hunger and poverty, boost sustainable development, fortify public health, advance climate action, scale up education, and much more. The pandemic has made it painfully clear that a dynamic new international order, one centered on health, sustainability, security, cooperation, inclusivity, peace, and prosperity. They are all needed for all people and our planet. During my time as UN Secretary General, I am proud to have brought the entire world together to agree to UN SDGs. Adopted by 193 countries in New York in September 2015, the SDGs offer us a way forward to solve the most critical issues of our time. They also provide humanity and our planet with a collaborative framework to leave no one behind and ensure the future we want. Those are two philosophical motto of the SDGs. Now then, 6 years after this adoption, the SDGs have made tangible progress on bettering maternal mortality rates, combating poverty and hunger, and improving the quality of water and sanitation. But progress is uneven on others, with some sectors and geographic areas moving faster than others, and COVID-19, conflict, and climate change all leading to troubling reversals in SDG implementation on the ground. With this in mind, global partnerships, including the active participation of government, the private sector, NGOs, young leaders like yourselves, are necessary if we are to deliver on our development commitments. SDG number goal 17 highlights a vital role that youth, alongside government, businesses, civil society, academia, and others, should play to help achieve the SDGs. It calls for, I quote, multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resources to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in all countries, unquote. And young leaders like you are a critical pillar of such partnership efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young leaders, during my time as UN Secretary General, I understood that young people and women are absolutely essential to solving so many of the world's biggest challenges. This includes fighting pandemic, tackling climate change, achieving UN SDGs, and building peace and resolving the conflicts. Indeed, the active engagement and empowerment of youth and women is central to ensure the success of the international community. Consider the fact that young people and women comprise 75% of the global population. So we must do more to engage and empower these two groups, as they are the enablers to help us achieve our sustainable development, climate action, and peace-building goals. By doing so, we can help unlock their unbridled potential as the agents of change and dynamic global citizens of tomorrow. I'd like to talk to you more about global citizenship. Global citizenship is an important concept that can serve as a unique tool to help solve some of our most pressing challenges and help us reach our global goals. Global citizens are those who identify themselves not as a member of one country, but instead as a member of humanity more largely. They are understanding and tolerant of other people and cultures. They fight for the protection of our planet, gender equality, and human rights. They look beyond the narrow prism of national and personal interest and work for a better future, one where no one is left behind. Global citizens build bridges rather than building walls. And to establish long-term solutions, we need inclusive and participatory action from young global citizens as an essential ingredient to leverage the potential of partnerships that I spoke of earlier. So for these reasons, I have been trying my best to help elevate global citizenship as a driving vision for young people around the world. In this regard, I'm proud to inform you that I have launched the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens to continue my work after my retirement from the United Nations and help forge a brighter future for the next generation. Based in Vienna, Austria, the center aims to help provide both women and young people with a greater say in their own destiny, as well as greater stake in their own destiny. Alongside the UN, civil society, and other stakeholders, I see the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum and the Ban Ki-moon Center as natural allies. We can work together in our partnership efforts to engage the next generation of leaders and advance empowerment and action to achieve the UN global goals. Distinguished guests, let me conclude my remarks by saying that despite the current challenges that we face, if we work together under the spirit of partnership, sustainability, and global citizenship and peace, we will not only persevere during this era of uncertainty, but we will thrive. And the role of young leaders like yourselves is simply essential to such efforts. Indeed, now more than ever before, the world needs a generation of thinkers and doers. We need thinkers who can appreciate the scale of the challenges before us. And we need doers who will step forward to take action. You hold the keys to the future. And this is particularly true in regards to persevering over and recovering from the pandemic, achieving sustainable development for all, taking action on climate change, and building peace and resolving conflicts. Together, we can realize our vision of a world free of hunger, poverty, and gender discrimination, one where no one is left behind. Together, we can take urgent action on climate change to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius and chart a resilient future for the next generation. And together, we can resolve long-standing conflicts and build sustainable peace, including right here on the Korean Peninsula. I strongly believe that in this era of uncertainty, achieving the UN SDGs and fighting climate change are two most critical efforts that can bring us together at a time when the pandemic elucidates just how interconnected we are. Doing so will address inequality, protect our planet, spur prosperity, expand inclusion, advance the empowerment of women and girls, and enhance public health. And I am confident that leading forums such as Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum and young people like you will be central to this effort. Ladies and gentlemen, your role is extremely important as we need to ensure that the UN's global goals are local business. In the Asia-Pacific region and beyond, through your elevated efforts, I am confident that we can construct a more healthy, sustainable, peaceful, and prosperous world for all. Let us work together to make this world better for all. I thank you for your commitment and your leadership and your attention now. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you. 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you once again. Please give Mr. Ban another big round of applause. This has been the keynote speech of former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And next, we have to open the special dialogue session. But before we begin, I have a small announcement to make. On top of our on-site participants, we also have online participants over Zoom and YouTube. During the session, feel free to leave your comments or questions in the chat box or comment box. And there will be a drawing where we pick some participants who leave questions/comments, and we would like to send out some small gifts. And I think this will support our great panelists and speakers in the dialogue session. Now we are arranging the stage, and we have renowned experts, speakers, and panelists waiting to join in this special dialogue to give out very inspiring messages to all the participants. I hope you can brainstorm and generate diverse ideas and put these into action in our daily lives through this special dialogue. As soon as we arrange the stage, we would like to begin the special dialogue. We have very important sessions ready tomorrow as well. I ask for your active participation and attention in this regard. And even if you are not here, you can actually watch all the sessions over the internet. I ask for your attention. Thank you. The chairs are quite heavy. As long as the stage is ready, I think we can begin.
소개를 해드릴까요? 굉장히 빨리 해주셨네요. 네.
That has been quite quick. Thank you. Let me invite our participants in the special dialogue up onto the stage. Please.
시고요. 자, 여러분들이
Please take your seat, and like I said, please leave a lot of comments on our YouTube channel. So our guest just seated, please allow me to introduce our guest for this special dialogue about the sustainable goals and the role of future generation. First, Professor Park Chori from Seoul National University will be moderate the session. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Chol-hee Park at Seoul National University. I'm extremely privileged to chair the very first session of the very first Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum. When we designed the plenary session, we were discussing what would be the best topic for the first plenary session. And we gave a kind of a principle that, okay, even though we are holding this forum in Jeju and in Korea, but rather than talking about the local issue or small regional issue, we'd better touch upon a global issue that can have a lot of implications for the entire world and the entire region, Asia Pacific. And we'd better talk about the future of this planet or the grave concern rather than talking about the past. Also, we have decided to talk about the role of younger generation leaders. As just Honorable Ban Ki-moon said, the young leaders should be the agent of change as global citizens. So
And in that context, we have decided to talk about climate change, which is the kind of the major issue of the day, not only for the Asians or Westerners, so the entire people living on this planet. And then we titled it as the climate counterattack, sustainable growth, and the role of a future generation. And then we tried to bring in the wisdoms of the elder generation, also younger leaders' perspective on this issue. So we have invited three distinguished guests. The Honorable Ban Ki-moon, even though he gave an excellent the keynote speech just before, he gladly agreed to join us for this session to talk about the current status of climate change and the future prospect of what will be going on in this world and what should be done. So we have again the Honorable Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, for this session, for plenary session. And then we have invited Mr. David Wallace Wells, who is the editor-at-large of the New York Magazine. And he wrote a very fascinating book titled The Uninhabitable Earth. So his argument became very much affecting lots of people working in the climate change era, the arena, in a sense that he argued that the Earth we are living in would be uninhabitable if we continue to go on like this. So he provoked us, and then it became a kind of a major topic for climate change. So he's with us today. And we have Mr. Kim Jin-man, the chief producer at the NBC of Korea. And he's a kind of a very unusual person in a sense that working at the NBC, he produced lots of series of documentaries related to the environmental change and climate. Not only the Tears of Amazon, Tears of Antarctic. You think you like Tears, or why titled it as Tears? But Tears of the Antarctic and Tears of Amazon, and I just heard that his wife is also a writer for these things. So I think we have, and I think Mr. Kim will deliver a very lively story about what's going on Earth. So before it is too late, I wanted to invite each of the three panelists for initial remarks for about 10 minutes. Honorable Ban, nice to see you again, even though it's on screen. I wanted to hear from you because you have a long time experience of managing global affairs, especially from your experience as a global leader. You have touched upon this, you emphasized the role of sustainable development of this planet. And for that, the climate change should be properly handled. If not, we are in crisis. So we wanted to hear from your own experience and your own wisdom that what is the status of climate change? Why this is such an important topic for global citizens? And what's going on? And if possible, add up what should be done. That would be the first initial remarks. Honorable Ban, thank you. The floor is yours.
So how long do you want me to say?
For about 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Frankly speaking, I have spoken already 15 minutes to the public, so it may be a little bit redundant, but I'll try to be very brief, and I'll be more interested in engaging in exchange of views if there are any Q&As. Will be
that's wonderful.
better.
Don't be burdened.
Yeah, all right. In any way, I am very happy to be with you under your chairmanship, and Mr. Kim Jin-man, and also Mr. David Wallace Wells, a journalist and author. And I'm really pleased to join this plenary session on climate change during this Asia-Pacific Young Leaders Forum. Now, just like COVID-19, the climate crisis is an inherently global issue where international cooperation is absolutely necessary. However powerful or resourceful one may be, like United States or China or Japan, Germany, etc., nobody can handle this alone. That is why the United Nations has always been trying to mobilize and strengthen a global partnership. The global partnership, which is the last goal number 17 goal. We have 17 goals in Sustainable Development Goals. All 16 goals cannot be implemented without the global partnership. That's why that's a very important one. And now, on top of this climate change, we are now suffering and impacted by COVID-19. It has virtually completely locked down the whole world and whole people's, citizens' personal lives. This is a very serious issue. I think since Spanish flu in 1918, but it was mostly felt and affected European countries at that time. But I think this is the first time ever in human history and that any such disease has controlled and affected whole worlds without any exception. COVID-19 has offered us a glimpse of the possible global disruptions, and that will arise from climate change in the near future. These include elevated public health perils, mass displacement. Many millions of people are running away from their home places to find a better place, safer places. So this has caused tens of millions of people. I think we have at this time more than 65 million refugees around the world, but I suspect that these statistics must have gone much higher. But only during the time of Second World War had we that number of refugees, 65 million during Second World War and after Second World War. But now we are, practically speaking, in a time of peace. Then during the time of peace, why should we have so many refugees fleeing their home countries? But we should also understand that climate change is here and now. Then why this coronavirus has happened? Because we have neglected what we have to do. We have not listened to what nature has warned us. Nature has its own way. We cannot control. We cannot control or adjust the way nature goes. The nature during last maybe 4 or 5 decades, particularly during this first middle of 20th century and now, nature has given us strong messages that we have to change the way we live, the way we consume. But we never paid attention. It is only very recently that international leaders, United Nations, have been paying attention that climate change has been happening much faster than we had thought before. Now it may be too late or it may not be too late, depending upon what we and how we will do. I think that is why the leaders are meeting in Glasgow, United Kingdom. That is why young leaders, now they are raising their voices. Dear President, ministers, or business CEOs, you have neglected what you should have done for us, for young generation. And us means you young people. I'm one of the existing, generation. I also was one of the who neglected. There are limited resources in our world. One day we will not have these fuels. One day we will not have any such resources which we are now enjoying. We have to leave sufficient amount of resources to our succeeding generation. The very concept of sustainability first was discussed by the United Nations in 1987, when what is known as a Brundtland Commission was created by the United Nations. This Brundtland Commission made the report saying that sustainability means that we should leave enough resources to our succeeding generations, millennia of succeeding generations, while we can already benefit how to live prosperous way. You cannot eat all what we have today or this year. Then there will be no future for young generations. That's very important messages. Then important messages which we have to learn from this Corona-19 pandemic is that the nature has a limitation in its maybe endurance. Now we are learning very much serious lessons because we have been degrading the ecosystems, our lives, the way we have been contacting animals, then animals have been living very close and closer together with us. That is why we are now suffering from this coronavirus. Who knows what kind of a virus will affect us? The geologists and the climatologists warn us that there may be minimum 1 million viruses frozen under icebergs in Arctic regions, Antarctica and Arctics, in Greenland. I have visited this Antarctica and Arctic region 5 times. Has any one of you visited any region of Antarctica or Arctic, Greenland? Out of my strong mission, that I wanted to send out strong message to global citizens, saying that the iceberg was melting, sea level rising, and we are now being affected by this global warming. We have to make sure that we contain global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees, as was recommended by IPCC climatologists, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That's the importance of COP26, which is now taking place in Glasgow. Therefore, I'm now urging the current leadership, global leaders, to much more, with much more serious awareness of the importance of taking action now. There's no time to waste. We have to act now. That's my message to our president, prime ministers, business CEOs, and civil society leaders, so that our succeeding generations can live with much resources, enough resources, and live in peace and harmony and sustainability. That's my initial message, but I'll be ready to engage in much Q&A, exchange of views. Thank you very much, Professor Park.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ban. I think your message was very clear. That I was very impressed by you saying that nature has its own way, and then we have neglected what we had to do, but we have limited resources on Earth available for us, and so if we do not act now, it would be too late. So we will come back to you again for a deeper dialogue on this topic. And next, I wanted to invite Mr. David Wallace-Wells, who wrote a fascinating book titled Uninhabitable Earth. I think you sent the warning bell to the global community that the climate change should be managed as soon as possible. So it's not just a kind of sea level rise or iceberg meltdown. That much more serious thing is waiting for us if we do not act. So I wanted to hear from you, what's going on? What happens if the Earth's temperature is not properly controlled? And then why that is so important to act for the whole planet? So floor is yours, Mr. Wallace-Wells.
Thank you very much. It's very great to be here. I'm happy to be a part of this and on this extremely distinguished panel. I want to talk a little bit about where we are, what the future looks like, and what that future will mean for all of us who will be living on the planet in the decades ahead. We are about to come out of COP26, the climate conference in Glasgow, and we are still at a climate crisis point. The world is still headed for warming levels 2 degrees Celsius and above, which have long been described as catastrophic. Island nations of the world have called it genocide. African climate diplomats have referred to that much climate change as certain death for our continent. The last few years have seen a lot of progress, at the rhetorical level at least. A global climate awakening has been led by the world's youth climate activists, an unprecedented political movement that has changed the whole landscape of climate possibility. Climate denial is in full retreat. Coal is in what is called structural decline. Net zero pledges now cover more than 80% of global emissions and 80% of global GDP, which is astonishing because as recently as 2 years ago, those figures sat at 0. The rapidly falling price of renewables means that there is an obvious and remunerative path to decarbonization. Every political and every corporate leader the world over now feels obligated to describe warming as a real and urgent threat, many of them using existential language, as the Honorable Ban just did himself. But as we can see in Glasgow, rhetoric is not enough. Current policies are expected to yield 2.5 degrees of warming and possibly more. To bring the world truly in line with the 1.5 degree target that the Paris Agreement set forward would require a tripling of current ambitions, according to the UN. And though those net zero pledges sound almost impossibly ambitious, they may also prove simply impossible. We need to be doing much more right now to bring those long-term goals into the realm of plausibility, because we need to invest now to make it possible to get to zero then. And the longer we wait to start, the more difficult those goals will become. We've already waited too long. According to the recent IPCC scientific report, in all emission scenarios, including the one designed to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, even in that emission scenario, we will breach that temperature threshold, at least temporarily. And already we can see how badly the world has been damaged at today's warming of 1.3 degrees. Flooding forcing the evacuation of millions throughout Asia, wildfires burning millions of acres and releasing, just this year, more carbon into the atmosphere than the entire United States, the world's second largest emitter. Off the charts extreme events like the Pacific heat dome in the US and Canada, which alarmed scientists who worried that their models didn't think such an extreme was even possible. In other words, the danger doesn't arrive in one fell swoop at 1.51 degrees of warming. We're not safe if we limit warming to 1.49. We are already hotter today than at any point in human history, which means that we've already left behind the climate that gave rise to everything we've ever known as a species, for something much more uncertain, full of fundamental and all-encompassing disturbances to the system we've inherited or built for earlier eras and climates. The impacts will be total, but they will also be discriminatory. And we often talk about that discrimination in generational terms, which I think is especially relevant to all of us today. And those problems are real. As warming grows, the suffering it causes will grow too over time. And it's an especially gruesome irony that while climate leadership is today's strongest among the young, the harshest impacts will be felt by them as well. While we used to think of climate change as a problem of centuries, it had begun in the Industrial Revolution, and it had fallen to us to clean up the mess left behind by our grandparents so that our grandchildren wouldn't have to be dealing with the consequences. We now know that the burdens are much more immediate than that. Half of all of the emissions produced in the entire history of humanity have been produced in just the last 25 years, which means we are doing this damage ourselves, and many of those most responsible are still alive today, often still in power, which means, among many other things, we probably need a generational turnover in leadership, and to have the world's leadership class reflect the moral clarity, on climate at least, which is today embodied only by the world's young. But just as significant as the discriminatory burden of generations, in which the young and future generations will suffer most, is the discriminatory burden of climate and wealth. 80% of emissions are produced by the countries of the G20, and the most intense impacts will be felt by those, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, who've done the least damage and have the least resources to respond to climate impacts. This calculus is even clearer when considering historical emissions. It is the rich countries of the world which have engineered this crisis, and the poor countries of the world who will suffer from it. And these two issues of climate discrimination are related: the discrimination against future generations and the discrimination against the poor. Most significant, I think, when considering the future paths for climate, is the risk of these two problems intersecting and overlapping. That we both discount future impacts and the impacts hitting the less fortunate. And as a result, do much less than we might if we really took the full humanity of each group seriously. The end result would be a world in which countries like South Korea and the United States would suffer consequences from warming, but relatively small compared to those in the global South, who would be living effectively on a different planet entirely, perhaps with the very possibility of future economic growth and the hope of adapting to intensifying impacts with accumulated resources almost entirely foreclosed for potentially several billion people on the planet, a whole half Earth burned over, degraded, and desiccated. It would be immoral to let that happen, but also tragic because we don't need to. The opportunity for a much more prosperous, healthy, and equitable future lies before us as well. If we make those really ugly futures happen, it will be because of choices we make today and in the near future. And if we make that happier future happen, it will be because of what we do as well. That future is possible, but only if we enact it ourselves. It won't come true on its own. Thank you very much. I look forward to conversation with you all in a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace-Wells, and I'll come back to you for another question. And I'm going to invite Mr. Kim Jin-man, and who worked on several wonderful documentaries related to climate change. And he actually spent the months or years in a real spot on the ground. So I hope you share your own experience for the covering the climate changes. The floor is yours, Mr. Kim.
나가서 할까요? 여기서 할까요?
So should I stand up or just sit down here? Oh, okay, I'll stand up. Can you bring up my PPT slide, presentation file? Hello everyone, my name is Kim Jin-man, and it's my great honor to be part of this panel discussion. Greetings. Do you like documentary film? you lie. Because you don't like documentary films. Because if you say so, the viewing rate is unexplainably low. So documentary films are difficult to make, but still meaningful, I believe. Over the last 15 years, I created environmental documentary film. I went to North Pole, South Pole, Siberia, Kamchatka even, and I saw the evidences of climate change, and I depicted those in my film. And I realized that the climate change impact has been more extensive, and more rapid than I expected, and I felt it on the ground. At the Davos Forum last year, economists received this question: what is the biggest threat to Earth? And at the Davos Forum, Nobel laureate received another question. The same question: what is the biggest threat to Earth? And at the meeting where the global game makers presented, they asked the question to the youth: what is the biggest problem of the Earth? Most people would think that the COVID-19 would be the answer because this pandemic made a huge impact on our life or even suspended our daily lives. However, the answer was not COVID-19. What was the answer? The war? No, it was not a war. Everyone commonly, unequivocally said that climate change is the biggest threat to Earth. 2 years ago, I made a documentary about bears. It took 2 years to make it, and I filmed 8 kinds of bears around the world. And I wanted to show the environmental changes through the bears. And I even wear like this, not to look funny, but we wore like this not to scare the panda away. We even put the defecation of the panda on our body, not to scare them away. Actually, North Pole bears. I realized that filming polar bear taught a lot of lessons. When I went to the North Pole, I went to the region called Kaktovik in Alaska. This is the most northern part of the US, and I went to Kaktovik to film some documentary. And actually 5 years ago, I had another chance to go there, and at the airport, we were able to land at the airport by plane. But 5 years later, when I visit the same village, Kaktovik, what happened? Guess what? As you can see, the taxing area all submerged. In that 5 short period of time, those taxing lanes used for airplane submerged, which is not usable anymore, so we decided to land on the top of the mountain instead. Polar bears need to eat at least 20 sea lions to survive. So when the sea froze, they go to the northern place to prey on sea lions, but the sea does not frozen anymore. It does not frozen easily. And that means that even if the best swimmer, the polar bears cannot swim anymore or bring their child together to swim across to the other region. So where they need to go? They instead go to the village of Inuit. And they need to ransack this garbage bin to find something to eat, at least in that cold winter. Also, they sometimes eat a dog raised by the village people. Over the last few years, few decades, few centuries, we took it for granted that those regions are frozen and those polar bears swim across to eat sea lions, but that north region do not frozen anymore. In the Hokkaido region, there's a place called Shikkaido, and this region has the largest number of brown bears. Thousands of salmons go there in this season, and the brown bears go there to catch salmons, but for some reason salmon do not go there anymore. So that's why many brown bears are starved to death. And these brown bears, which used to be very huge and humongous, looks very skinny nowadays and even died of starving. And in the Russia Kamchatka region, there is brown bears as well. But the sea level rise and the lake is not exception as well. And brown bears cannot swim in this deep water and they need to eat to each other. So cannibalizing is the only option they have in this case. Actually, early last year, right before the outbreak of COVID-19, I had a chance to go to this region called the Uluru Desert region in Australia. When I went to Australia, I really wanted to see this blue mountain. I have a high expectation about this blue mountain, right western part of the Sydney. When eucalyptus trees are evaporated, it creates a blue color. That's why the whole mountain looks blue. However, I was not able to see any blue aspect of the mountain, not single day, because of the wildfire. For many months, because of the wildfire, many trees were burnt. Many people said, of course, if you have a wildfire, that happens always. That is just the natural things you will see as you live. But this is not just a fire. It's much different from those we saw in the past. Climate change, of course, causes global warming, and that means that the trees are getting drier and drier, which can be a source of fire much more. And this is not just fire, but just a mega fire, which cannot be extinguished in just month or even in 4 months. These mega fires killed massive number of animals. Sangaring Island is located in the southern part of Australia. This is an island heaven for koala and kangaroo, but most of these animals were killed because of this mega fire. According to one statistics, because of this wildfire in Australia, almost 0.1 billion animals were killed. When I went to North Pole, I had an expectation that North Pole would be immune to climate change because this is some of the few places where no people reached. Not many people reached, but actually it was not the case. Climate change damaged the North Pole the most. North Pole, South Pole were heavily impacted by the climate change as well. We went to this Betcher Bice Island in North Pole, and there are around 10,000 Adelie penguins babies. However, only 10 out of 10,000 survived. 990 babies were killed because of the iceberg shattered and blocked the road. Their parents had to swim across the ocean to catch some fishes for their children, but because of those huge iceberg blocks, they were not able to get anything for their kids. So this climate change is more serious than we ever expected, damaging our lives in all aspects. Also, desertification is another result of the climate change. If you go to Africa, you might expect that you will see many desert. However, actually, human beings were born first from Africa. Africa is a region of the forest, actually. However, the rich forests are being destroyed by the climate change. Mongolian or China are not exception as well. Thirsty animals seek for water, and that's why they visit human villages to get water, but they cannot live with people in a village. So many wildlife were killed because they were not able to find any water. And all these are attributable to human activities, carbon emitting human activities. To wear something, to use something, we run factories, and to go somewhere, we use ship, plane, car. All those human activities, or even our livestock industries, emit carbons into the air. Some scholars even said that when the temperature rises, carbons, of course, rises as well. This has nothing to do with human activities, according to some, but actually that is not the case. After the industrialization, our carbon emission has good correlationship with the increase of the temperature. Because of the COVID-19, last year human activities kind of stopped, factories stopped, and human travel were very much limited. And what happened because of COVID-19? The bears, once almost extinct in Spain, returned, and coyotes and wild dogs returned. I filmed Han River and Donggang River. I never see any rivers cleaner than before. The visibility was beyond my imagination. And these all carbon emission happened because of human activities, and these are testified to it. So, does it only impact the animals? Actually, no. It impacts human beings as well. Kiribati, Tuvalu, these island countries in the past were not able to cross to the other island during the high tide time. These are people of environmental refugee, but they cannot go to other places because they are not accepted by any other countries. California, other fertile regions are having also troubles because of the climate change. For example, storm, flood, frequent flood and storm even made the grain prices soared. Unlike the past, actually in the past we were able to produce a lot of different crops in a small land, but that is not possible because once it is impacted by the climate change, the prices of those grains will skyrocket. So this is not just a problem of animals, but a problem of whole human beings. And actually, we are seeing some impact of it these days. It will impact your country, my country. If you haven't felt it, you will feel sooner or later. So what I want to emphasize today is that we need to accept the discomfort. Less consumption, sharing should be the part of this discomfort lifestyle. You don't need to replace your car or cell phone just because you want to brag to the others. Every year you buy so many clothes because on average you wear less than 8 times per clothes. But we are producing more than 800 million clothes every year. So if you're willing to accept this discomfort lifestyle, I believe that we'll finally find a hint of overcoming climate change. When I filmed the bear documentary, I filmed this bear called Moon Bear number 52. In the past, Korea realized that moon bears are almost extinct, so we decided to run a program to increase the number of the population of moon bears. However, some bears are still killed because of the snares. Snares traps them, their body, arms, and limbs, and the Ministry of Environment reported this case, and we were dispatched to this region to save the moon bear. And as you can see, because of the snare, it suffocated the moon bear too much. Even some bones of the moon bear were broken down into pieces because of the snare. So we did the operation and we cut the left leg. And experts said that this bears cannot be released because it has only 3 legs. And for the next 20 years, the bear has no option but to live in a very small cage. As you can see here, 1 leg was cut, but surprisingly, with just 3 legs, the bear found a way to climb up the tree, which was not expected by even experts. If a bear can climb up the bear, this is a female bear, and they can get away from very dangerous male bears who can be very endangering and can find a way to eat something up in the trees. So the Ministry of Environment decided to release the bear because instead of living in a small cage for 20 years, it is better for the bear to be released. So the Ministry of Environment decided to give him a chance, give her a chance. And finally, we found that this little bear grew up and became pregnant and have this 2 baby. Actually, bear have a phenomenon called delayed implantation. So when a bear pregnant, the baby just not born right away. They are delayed until the bear itself find a safe place to do a labor. So they finally reached that moment and gave a birth to these two babies. And if you want to know the detailed story of it, please visit our website and see the video. So what I want to say is that our environment or nature has a strong recovery power. As the keynote speaker, Secretary General said, of course we have a limitation. However, environment itself has miraculous recovery power, stronger than we expected. So we need to give this chance to environment to be recovered. All we need to do is to accept the discomfort lifestyle. And I realized that once again by seeing this moon bear number 52. What I want to say to the youth is that, of course, we're saying a lot. Our older generation are kind of shifting the burden to the younger generation. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that this is your burden to take. Of course, we need to, like I said, accept that discomfort lifestyle. And our younger generation actually are working hard to give some goods to the society and economy, and they are willing to spend more for the goods of the society and economy. However, what I want to say is that environment is not just the things that need to be safeguarded, but actually it can be an opportunity to the youth as well, because we have a carbon trading system. Each country has their own. Can you be more concise, actually? So because of this carbon trading system, each country has carbon credits. So that's why they need to store and capture the carbons to earn some profits. By using this kind of schemes, you can be more richer than Elon Musk. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a nice presentation. We are running out of time, but I have to ask a few questions to each panelist. The Honorable Ban, I wanted to ask a question about this, the COP26 we had just before. As you know, at COP26, the world leaders, global leaders, agreed to control the temperature rise by 1.55 degree, and they agreed, but there's a kind of all different kind of perceptions and approaches to the issue. The question here is that, is it realistic? Is it possible for us to control temperature rise by 1.5 degree if we try hard? And then as we don't have time, I just wanted to ask a question that what should be done by the young leaders? You focused on the role of women and then the young people. So for the climate change and the climate control, what do you expect from the young leaders to make this planet better?
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Kim Jin-man for his presentation. I'm glad that he had been able to visit Antarctica and Arctic region, covering all this, what is really happening on the place. And that's what I noticed myself. And it was very convincing, very frightening. And I hope the participants and many people will learn from his presentation. Thank you very much for your commitment now. About this keeping 1.5 degrees, that is a really challenging target. But there is no other way, no other option but to keep this recommendation by the most of the world's climatologists. When we were negotiating for Paris climate change agreement, then we normally talked about 2 degrees maximum. Even President Obama, Angela Merkel of Germany, and European Union, they were not supporting 1.5 degrees. But there were a lot of pushback and appeal from the many developing countries, particularly climate vulnerable countries. All those islands are sinking, and the most vulnerable countries, they were crying. Virtually, they were crying. in front of the world leaders when we were negotiating in a small room. But they were firm. We cannot go beyond 2.0 degrees. So that's the agreement. But finally, the leaders advised the scientists to carefully consider the 1.5 degrees. So in 2018, here in Songdo, in Korea, the IPCC convened an emergency meeting, and they recommended to the world's leaders that we have to keep 1.5 degrees, no higher than that. Now, what is surprising and alarming now is that August this year, WMO, World Meteorological Organization of the United Nations, and also IPCC in its special assessment report said that since 1850, during last 100, maybe 70 years, we have the global temperature rise has risen 1.1 degrees Celsius. That means we have only 0.4 degrees left. So can we keep this promise, 0.4 degrees until 2050? And then IPCC recommended advanced by 10 years. So our target is by 2040. We have to keep this 1.5 degrees Celsius. Then virtually coming 20 years, we have to do everything possible, cutting emissions drastically by 2040. That's why many countries, including Korea and United States and all these European unions, they committed that they will reduce by 45% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Of course, South Korea did 2040. Even 20-40% have been challenged by industrialists in Korea. But we have no other option. We have no other option. At the same time, what I expect is that in this world, it's not only United States, China, Korea, or European Union are leaving. There are more than 200 countries are living together, mostly developing and climate vulnerable countries and very, least developed countries. We have to provide them with first financial support and science and technological support. That's why we have agreed already in 2009 to provide $100 billion a year from 2021. Now, this year is the first one, and there is a Green Climate Fund. The GCF headquarters is now located in Songdo, Korea. This is the headquarters where they are managing this $100 billion. I have been urging, as a former Secretary General, to COP26 at least 5 times. I sent my message. I addressed many leaders and ministers saying that you must, first of all, deliver your promise of $100 billion. You must agree on rule book. We don't have still rule book. After 6 years of adoption of this climate agreement in Paris, they have not yet agreed. They must agree on rule book. Then I think we have to mobilize all science and technological support to a developing country. Otherwise, it will be extremely challenging, but we have no other alternatives. We have to do it. That's why I'm urging Korea, particularly, should lead by example,
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. I wanted to ask Mr. Wallace-Wells. You argued that the Earth would be an uninhabitable planet if it goes on. In order to make this Earth inhabitable again, what is the most urgent task we have to engage from your own perspective? And one specific question, which came up from the YouTube. Does the increase in population has any relation to the climate crisis? So can you answer that question shortly?
On the first point, to me, I think the Honorable Ban is exactly right about the geopolitics, which is that I think the wealthy nations of the world need to understand and appreciate their obligation to help the developing nations of the world in making their own green transition and adapting to impacts that are already made inevitable by the climate changes that we've produced. And that means, I think, not just fulfilling that $100 billion climate pledge annually, but exceeding it possibly somewhat dramatically. Some countries have been calling for $750 billion a year, others making demands of as much as 1.3 trillion. I do think that there is going to need to be an enormous amount of support from the rich countries of the world to the south. That adaptation, that resilience will allow for some more comfortable living in a world that is defined by significant warming. But in order to limit the amount of warming ultimately, I think the most important work to do is the obvious work, which is to decarbonize, in particular, our electricity, power, and transportation systems. And I say that I would focus on those in particular because those are both the things that we know how to decarbonize. We have the technology today that we need to do it. We don't need moonshot technology or future R&D. We can do it using the tools we have right now and can do it largely affordably. 90% of the world is now living in places where new renewable energy would be cheaper than new dirty energy. We should make those places run on renewable power. We need to stop subsidizing the fossil fuel business. The IMF suggests that when you account for the environmental damage of burning fossil fuels, globally we're subsidizing the fossil fuel business $5 trillion a year. If we were simply to redirect that money towards a green transition, we'd be in a very, very good place already. I don't think that the solutions here are complicated or hard to parse. We know what we need to do. We just need to go out and actually do it. On the question of population growth, at the moment, every new life on this planet walks the earth with carbon footprints, which means when there is more population, carbon consumption is higher. But there's a huge difference between a new life in a place like the United States and a new life in a place like Mali or Chad, where a new life means hardly any additional carbon emissions. I think we should keep that in mind. I think more important even than that to keep in mind is that if we imagine that we reach a solution, a resolution of this climate crisis and get to net zero carbon emissions relatively quickly, whether it's 2050, 2060, 2070, or perhaps later, at that point, when we have eliminated the carbon problem, there is no carbon footprint. Every new life will be walking the earth with no carbon footprint at all. And the more people there are there, the more consumption they're doing, the more energy they're consuming, all of that will be carbon guilt-free. I think the most important thing is to get us as quickly to that future as we possibly can, rather than worrying about the particular risks or burdens associated with additional life. I would like to imagine that we can design and engineer a future that is supportive of more human life, more human flourishing than the world that we have today, rather than having to contemplate the possibility that we've already exceeded our capacity and need to rein things in. I think that future is possible, and it's incumbent on all of us, especially the world's young, to really make it happen over the decades ahead.
Okay, I'll ask you a question to Mr. Kim in Korean. 시간이 얼마 안 남았는데요.
We don't have much time, but at the last part of your presentation, the message was very strong. The earth is more resilient than you expect, and the same goes to the animals in the nature. So you gave us a message, especially to the youth, that the climate change is not just a threat, but can be an opportunity to the youth as well. But Actually, what kind of opportunities are you thinking of? What kind of opportunities will be generated? Actually, I'm not an engineer or a scientist, but when I talk with many people from all walks of life, maybe you can create a device which can remarkably reduce the carbon emission or even capture the carbon. The trees are burning because the wildfire, and that is problem because these are nature's sink. So without the forest, we have less and less sink because the forests are capable of capturing a huge amount of carbons. So that means that you need to create artificial devices which can capture the carbon as much as those natural sinks. So that's why the youth can find an opportunity by creating a new businesses or a new device by creating a technology of carbon capture and storage. So that kind of thing can be one opportunity for the youth. I mean, engineering opportunity, I believe.
If you are interested in a climate control and then controlling temperature and other things, I think I encourage all the citizens to come to Jeju Island to enjoy the beauty of nature and then environmental protection. Even though time is running up, I just wanted to give a moment to the Honorable Ban.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Park. I just forgot to answer to your second part of the question. What is the message to a young generation? Because this is, after all, we are talking about young generation's future. Now, my message to young generation is that the most effective way of instilling change on the climate crisis is by supporting and voting for the political leaders or local political leaders, make clear to them and that they have to do all what they need to do as political leaders of this era. There are individual actions also you may take. For example, you can cycle and take public transportation rather than using all these cars, and make sure that you are reducing and reusing, recycling, and learn more about the stark emissions implications of certain sectors such as fast fashion and quick shipping, etc. So my message to you finally is that raise your voice. Make sure that your leaders, local community leaders or political leaders in the central government, that tell them, please leave this planet Earth sustainable, environmentally friendly. This is the place where I and my succeeding generations will live. So that is, I think you can really make sure that they have to bear political and moral responsibility to make this world sustainable and environmentally friendly. I understand that the Earth has some resilience. Everybody has resilience too, but there may be a limit if we continue, if we do not change our lifestyle. So government and business leaders and civil society should work together in tripartite partnership. That's my message to young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ban, for your wonderful and a very insightful message to the young generation. We had a very exciting discussion. Because of that, the session has been delayed a little bit. I'm sorry for that. But I wanted to thank all the panelists and presenters, especially Honorable Ban. I'm very happy to see you to the last moment of this session, despite your very busy schedule. And thank you for the audiences on the floor and online. So I hope you enjoy the remaining sessions at the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. Thank you. Give a big applause. 다음 세션 안내 없나요, 여기?
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. So let us begin the session. For this session, we're going to talk about the value-conscious consumption in ESG management for a sustainable future. I'm the moderator of the session from Seoul National University. My name is Song Jae-yong. For this session, like I said, we're going to talk about mainly the ESG, sustainable activities, and value-conscious consumption with the members of the Global Share Members Forum. They're going to talk about their own experiences and opinions and what kind of research has been done by the global consumption leaders for value-conscious consumption and ESG management, and listen to the ideas of our next generation. We invited 3 panelist members, and I'll give 10 minutes for each panelist members, and then we'll have a Q&A session afterwards. So the first presentation will be made by Ms. ENG. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
되는구나. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I am Marketing Manager Lee Yeonju from Google Korea. Can you bring up my slideshow?
우선 자료가
While they pop on my screen, let me just briefly tell you what I'm going to talk about. On top of the Google Korea, I'm also working at GLOSUS, which is a non-profit organization. I'm working with Mr. Lee Kyung-pyo here, and I'm currently working with an organization called SICA, Social Innovation Creators Academy from Yonsei University, and we have conducted a report and survey. And today I would like to talk about Gen Z or Generation Z's perspective regarding ESG and sustainability. And I wanted to share the findings that we had from our survey over Gen Z. So I wanted to briefly introduce you to the GLOSUS SICA, but I actually did. So let me just move on to the research questions and the methodology. The key questions we had was these: what are the unique characteristics of Generation Z, and what experiences shaped them? What experiences make Generation Z Generation Z? And secondly, how Generation Z is involved in the ESG activities. What kind of activities are they engaging in? And the third question was this: based on this research, what kind of key lessons can we draw? These are the topical questions that we tried to solve, and the methodology that we used was these. As for the primary research methodology, we kind of conducted a survey to about 130 university students in Korea. And secondly, we looked at the news articles and academic papers to find out Generation Z's perspective. With that, I believe Generation Z is indeed a hot buzzword here. Almost every sector mentioned this Generation Z, and what we found out about Generation Z is this: they are digital native. They are very familiar with devices, and they were born in the internet era, so they learn everything through digital means, and they are socially active. They actively participate in solving problems that they see, and they are active creators. They do not merely accept what they see, but they voluntarily create their own content to voice themselves and to speak up. And also, last but not least, they are conscious spenders. They do not just consume only because of the brand and the functionality or the feature, but through consumption, they want to prove themselves. Through consumption, they want to show who they are. These are the characteristics that we could find out through Generation Z. Then why do they have these characteristics? First, the Generation Z is suffering from the unprecedented economic hardship, economic slowdown, and the youth unemployment, and so on and so forth. And they are not the beneficiaries of the economic growth. Actually, they are suffering because of the economic slowdown. At least that's what they believe. These are the characteristics that shape Generation Z, and they become socially active because they are not afraid of expressing their ideas and opinions. And last but not least, like I said, they are digital native, so they are very good at utilizing social media. They search on YouTube and they learn more from school. They learn more from social media than schools. So we believe that Generation Z is activists, active in social media as a digital native. With that, through these research, we have drawn four key lessons. First, the Generation Z's growing interests in sustainability stems from the belief that they are the first generation suffering from the climate crisis. That is why they are actively engaging in a lot of ESG activities. And they utilize digital media in doing so. They are not afraid to speak out. And with conscious spending or boycotting as opposed to boycotting, through all these activities, Generation Z try to prove their value with their consumption. And through these characteristics of the Generation Z, I wanted to find out the implications to business owners and the government. Since Generation Z is going to be a main consumer in the market, I believe the business should adapt to the voices of the Gen Z and accept their ideas into their business practices. That is the final conclusion that we draw. That is it from my presentation, and if you have any questions, I will come back and bring you with more details about the research. Thank you.
Ms. Lee just talked about the glosses and the CCA's joint research and the features and ESG and sustainability conscious activities of Gen G. Then I will give the floor to Mr. Lee Kyung-pyo from Kudon, CEO of Kudon. Greetings. I am running a service for the second-hand luxury goods. For the last 4 years, I ran a company in this fashion industry, and my experience taught me the fashion trend changes, and let me share some ideas and thoughts on it. Actually, when we say the sustainability, the fashion industry is always very much closely related to this concept of sustainability because people have to wear to live, and in the fashion industry has known to be one of the greatest contaminants of the earth. For example, all brands once a year present a fashion show, and they dispose huge amount of the clothes after the fashion show. 5 or 10 years ago, maybe that kind of fashion show was not seen as a social issue. However, recently people recognize the importance of the sustainability, and they realize that they need to voice up against this wasteful fashion show. And that's why many brands are trying to do the online fashion show instead of offline ones, so that they are trying to be more environmentally conscious. For example, the luxury good brands usually much focused on the rarity of the brands. So if they have so much clothes in the stock or in a warehouse, they decided to burn it instead to maintain the value of the product. But recently, they changed their attitude. They knocked the door of the second-hand clothes stores so that they can be more socially responsible in terms of environment protection. So I can give you some examples of these activities. In the US, there is a brand called Gucci. You must know this brand. The second brand house collaborated the Gucci because usually this kind of luxury good brands usually display their flagship product in brick and mortar stores. But with this cooperation with the second-hand store, they decided to sell their product or resell the product in the second-hand house instead of just throwing them away to maintain the value of the product. And these luxury good brands actually in the past kind of turned their eyes to the environmental issues, but they are trying to be more cautious about the environment, and this kind of cooperation proves this kind of change of attitude. So that is all I have to say from the beginning. Thank you. So Mr. Lee, the CEO of Kuron, talked about the problems caused by the fashion industry and social issues as well. And recently, the fashion industry, as well, especially the luxury good brands, are trying to be more responsible for the society, he said. The final panelist member who are going to share idea is Mr. Kim Kyung-hun from HGI, Head of Impact Investment Division. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Kim Kyung-hun from HGI. Some of you might know HGI, but some of you might not. We are impact investment company. We pick social venture companies that tries to pursue not just financial results, but also the environmental and social results. We make investment in these types of venture companies because we believe that if these companies grow, they can make a larger impact on our economy as well. So we kind of are invited here to represent MZ, Generation MZ. I feel sorry because I am just at the very end spectrum of the Generation MZ. But as a person in between the Generation MZ and the generation beforehand, I kind of see a lot of interesting perspective both from the senior people and the generation before us and the generation following us. So with that, I would like to share my thoughts. I thought that I can share my life stories and also the company story. I started working as a McKinsey, and there I focused on sustainability when I started working in McKinsey. It was 10 years ago. When one domestic company tries to do renewable energy projects, I help them so that they can do a better job. And I could see that what kind of transformative impact one can generate when they try to engage in eco-friendly transition and transformation. And I also wrote a report on this. And I then moved to Ethiopia and helped them establish 5-year-long national plan and try to think about how we can make agriculture sustainable based on the grant I got from the government. And coming back to Korea, I started a social venture company. And I could feel that how difficult it is to pursue both money and social values. So I decided to just give up on this social venture. So this is a failure experience of mine, which was painful. But then after that, I created IT company with my friends and until the company was acquired. So up until recently, in one foundation, which was established by a game company, I have been running an experiment regarding creativity education for the future generation, and it has been about a year since I moved to HGI and started working on this impact investment. So looking back, I think I kind of have always been working around the theme of sustainability. So if I look at the ESG becoming a hot buzzword these days, I feel both happy but at the same time a little bit gloomy. The term ESG is now on everybody's lips. But deep down, I don't think a lot of companies are trying to actually deep dive into the concept of ESG. They are trying to follow the ESG because they have to win good ratings and they have to follow the capital listing market trends, but they are not truly conscious about implications, be it environmental and social, of what they do in their company. But at the same time, in contrast, the conscious spenders represented by Generation Z, they're doing a lot of things in their daily life, small things, but their individual effort does not amount to big enough impact. People try to reduce the use of plastics. They try to make less waste. But then all these individual activities, although they're good, they do not necessarily create big enough impact. In the Generation MZ, they have jokingly say that the best way for an individual to reduce the carbon emission is not just reducing the number of flights they take on, not just using the vegan diet, but giving less birth to children. Because more population means more carbon emissions. So many MG generation even jokingly say that they're gonna have to adopt a children, not giving birth to children. So in this aspect, what an individual can do, if I buy a product from a conscious company, will this create a big enough impact to the world or the planet? That is why the truly conscious companies matter. In this regard, when I do consulting services with big companies, I find a glimpse of hope. As for Korea, we do have a rather unique economic structure. The owner can control quite everything. This comes with merits and demerits, but some of the owners I met had the capability to provide a long-term impetus behind these ESG activities and the sustainability because they are owners. I can cite an example of the photovoltaic projects that I engaged in quite several years ago. Even back in the days when the photovoltaic energy were not that lucrative, we had some owners, business owners, that wanted to do photovoltaic energy because they are good things to do. So I do see these positive top-down trends. And given that, depending on what business owners think, this can create a overhaul. This can create a all-encompassing challenges or changes all across the company. So against this backdrop, rather than the individual activities, when companies change, we can create big enough changes and impact in our society. I don't mean to say that these individual efforts are meaningless. The conscious spending is important, they have to voice. But what I want to say is that at the same time we do bottom-up activities, we do have to do top-down activities. And then last but not least, I think I'm witnessing a limitation of the capitalistic market. Because of the growth, we have been neglecting environmental issues because we just wanted to grow fast. But as many of you are aware, the growth rate is slowing down because we are not a developing country. And fast growth is not just a only goal that we have to pursue anymore. And the capitalistic system that only focused and cared for the shareholders' interest is now declining. Now, the term is not shareholder capitalism but stakeholder capitalism because many of the business stakeholders are aware that they have to care for not just shareholders' value but shareholders' interests. With that, I would like to conclude here and I will come back at the Q&A session. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. So we just listened to the opening remarks of the three panelist members, and I will move on to the Q&A session. I have pre-selected questions, then I will receive some questions from the floor or from the online platform so that we can share some ideas with the audience as well. Mr. Kim, at the last part of his presentation, said that actually that was quite interesting. The career seeking for sustainability was your career, and you said something very provoking at the last part of our presentation. Stakeholder-based was our principle in the past, but now we are moving into the stakeholders capitalism era, so we need to talk about the genuine principles of it. As a person who are teaching economics, I cannot agree with you more. Also, ESG is something that the companies have to embrace, so this is not an option but a must. So that is our idea objectives from the perspective of younger generation or MZ generation. As a person working in the university, I realized that they were suffering from job loss or job shortage. So that kind of reality is there for sure. And the 26th COP meeting, COP26 meeting, just concluded a few days ago. And at the meeting, leaders and the Korean government, like the Secretary General said, announced that by 2030, the carbon reduction will reach the 40% target. So that is quite an ambitious target. And the business leaders believe that that is just a pipe dream. And that will undermine the competitiveness of the companies, and more companies will go outside of Korea to overseas countries. So lower economic growth and greater job crisis will be created. So there is there is a gap between our idea scenario and the reality we need to face. So the value of economy and the value of economy sometimes collides. So which should be prioritized from the perspective of MG generation? This is somewhat heavy question, but I will start with this question. Mr. Kim, maybe you can go first as you propose this idea first.
I think that is a very important question. And when you gave me this question, I thought you have a lot of hypotheses hidden in this question. When companies do something for environment, they can create a big impact to the company's business, and at the same time, it can create an impact to employment. But then, is it really true? That is the question I had. And secondly, as a conscious spenders, when Gen Z engage in conscious spending, do these activity actually curb the growth of the company? Do you believe this can be possible? Because only when these two hypotheses are right, your questions are valid. What do you say?
That is quite a good question. As you said, I worked as a external advisor for SK, and I believe that SK is very genuinely interested in this ESG, and the president of it actually have great interest in it. So I believe that that is possible in the long run, but in the short run, we have only 9 years to go until 2030. But if you think about the structure of Korean economy, it is mostly led by the manufacturing industry. So we need to be twice or 3 times more ambitious than the European nation, but we are kind of behind the schedule too much. So had to start it earlier. So given that, for example, POSCO accounts for more than 10% of the carbon emission in Korea, but they don't have any technology to reduce it. So they don't have any good reduction technology. So by 2030, no one can guarantee that that kind of technology will be born. So from the perspective of industry, of course, this can be an opportunity for them, but also can be seen as an imminent threat because they simply don't have any technology, enabling technology. So given that, the only way we need to do is just close the factories. They might complain like this. So this can be seen as an opportunity, but at the same time, in the short run, this is very ambitious target. So there's a threat because of absence of enabling technology. So this is just a threat from that perspective. So in the long run, I do agree that this is an opportunity, but in the short run, this is huge challenge that they need to face. And given that, one great concern is that companies might give up. I cannot do this. So I know that the CP is saying like this, but I have no option but to switch my factory into other countries. So that is the reality, I believe. So if that's the case, from some perspective, maybe job loss will be accelerated, which is already serious in the short run for sure. So this is quite a complex problem, but from my perspective, that kind of things must be considered. Of course, from the perspective of business, we need to consider the two. For example, SK have a genuine interest in it, and they said that despite all the odds, they'll walk this path. They said, but some companies are somewhat passive because block will not invest in the companies that has no interest in ESG. If that's the case, those companies have no option but to reluctantly follow the pattern or the trend. So we have the mixture of the attitude. But at least from what we said, they are agreed that this is a way forward for sure, whether it is voluntary or non-voluntary. So we have that kind of consensus. But nonetheless, the idea you just proposed from the perspective of company is something they don't welcome. We know that this is a way forward, but it is very questionable. It is almost seeming like a mission impossible by 2030.
About what you said, I agree, but one thing I want to ask you is this. Starting from the COP and the pain points of the companies and in the decision-making process of the company, there is no MZ generation. You have raised question about this MZ generation, but there is little pool where Generation Z can actually make an influence to the companies. Except for a very few leaders of the younger generation, I think we do not have a say. So we are not raising targets. Generation MZ do have a unique characteristic that we're going to be affected by all these decisions currently being made. So we have to say that carbon reduction is a right way to go. However, at what speed and through what stage is not something that we can decide on. So when you raise this question to Gen Z, I'm confused what Gen Z can say about this actually. But when you take a step further backward and try to see a big picture and try to see a large companies that do a good job or countries that do a good job, we do have a good opportunity. But at the same time, I agree that we do have a big challenge. However, every situation and every sector has both opportunities and challenges. And 10 years ago, we couldn't expect that Coupang or the e-commerce companies can grow this much. The same applies to IT companies. We are a market economy, so those adapt and innovate can survive, and those cannot fail. And when failed companies take place, this does not mean the end of the entire ecosystem. In the employment markets, we have some of the most worshipped companies from the job seekers, such as Naver, Kakao, blah, blah, blah. And they generate a lot of jobs. From this perspective, if you look at the society through the lens of environment, using new technologies and new business models, there will be a company that can grow based on these new technologies, and our Gen Z can create a new phase of growth along with that companies.
What do you think, you two panelist members? Actually, he said that there's a trade-off, and I said so. And you said that the generation M and G are somewhat isolated in the society, but that's not the case, I believe. So if there is a trade-off, what would be the priority, and how do we need to compromise between make the compromise between the two from your perspective? Because you are the generation M and Z. So I have this question because I really wanted what you guys have to say about this issue.
죄송한데 한 번
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
더 말씀을 드리자면
Summarize your question once again. What was the gist of the question? So, for example, from your perspective, those kind of economical value sometimes make a conflict with the economic value. I'm not saying that you are representing this generation, but what should be the priority between the two?
그 질문
About that question, as one person from the Gen Z, I'm not here to represent the entire generation, but if you ask for my personal opinion, I want to say that I value environmental values more. But from the economic point of view, I can say this because economically I fare well. That is why I can say I can trade off my economic values when to value environment more. But then, when Generation Z or millennials, they suffer from the unprecedented economic slowdown and the highest unemployment rates. So they are suffering from the economic recession. In this regard, for economic stability, the Generation MZ have to make choices to pursue economic stability, even when that means they have to sacrifice environmental values. I personally believe that environment comes on top of everything else, but we cannot make judgments about the people who have to make decisions about their daily lives and who have to make their ends meet. This environmental issue is a broader issue, and can we plant the seed of environmental issues in the people's mind when they have a livelihood issue or subsistence issue? I think that's gonna be difficult. So I don't want to say that we have to deprioritize economic issues. I think it all comes down to individual situation. But what I want to say is that only when economic stability is guaranteed at least a little bit, people can start thinking about high moral issues like environment.
얹고 싶은 게 있어요.
On top of that, I want to add something. When it comes to ESG, it's environment, social, and governance. I think in Korea, the society issue stands out the most because we do have a lot of structural issues that stems out society, the economic disparity, the thing that we cannot grow our economic assets, and it is very impossible, almost impossible to own a house. This is a fundamental issue that we have to face. I try to engage in vegan diets several days a week. I try to spend consciously, but then that means I'm gonna have to spend more. So-called green premium is there. However, if you are trying to figure out ways to survive economically, we cannot just bring out the veganism or bring out the idea of veganism and bring out eco-friendly way of living. So when we ask Generation MZ, what do you value more, environment or economy? Before that, we have to ask, are you in a situation where you can think about high ground values and principles? And I think, frankly speaking, we cannot do that. We have economic disparity getting deeper and deeper. I myself am from a fortunate class. I met good parents. I can think about the vision. I can think about the ambitious goals and targets, and that is because I am in such an environment. And if I was not in the environment where I am in, I think I wouldn't be able to talk about environment issues. So before asking Gen Z if you value environment or economy, I think we have to focus on leveling the playing ground in the first place. After solving that, we have to ask questions, what do you value more, economy or environment?
So I think we're getting to the essence more and more because ESG are comprised of three elements, not just E. Of course, we are very much focusing on E these days, but in this 21st century of knowledge-based society or globalization society, we're seeing greater and greater polarization. And this social polarization is so serious issue, so we need to also pay necessary attention to the second letter S. I fully agree with it. So that is somewhat heavier question we need to throw ourselves. So let me move on to the second question then. The second question goes to Mr. Lee. This is so much relevant to you as well. From the perspective of Generation M and Z, you share some outcome of the survey. So they are very much active in value-conscious consumption, which is very proper. But the problem is that this generation has very shallow pocket, so the price is very important factor for them. Just because they don't have money, although they want to be more sustainable, they are kind of enforced to buy less expensive but less environmentally friendly ones. The question is whether they can afford the environmentally friendly product. In case of the U.S. younger generation, they have great interest in sustainable fashion. And if they don't have any money, they go to depot or Porsche market, the second-hand market application instead. However, still price is critical factor. Zara could be their common choice just because they don't have enough money. And in case of sustainable fashion brands, because of the COVID-19, many people are doing online shopping, so the return rate soared. So in some cases, it takes so much money because of the high return rate, so they decided to just throw them away instead of reclassifying and resorting them out. So I'm questioning whether it is sustainable. Korea, when compared to the US, has lower interest in sustainable fashion, I believe, relatively, I believe. However, we are seeing greater interest from the generation M and Z. So I believe the ratio of sustainable fashion in Korea will grow in the future. But if you see this kind of issues in the US, what do we need to do not to repeat the same mistake in Korea? So maybe you are working in the fashion industry, so you can answer. That is quite a good question, I believe. Actually, there are many fashion brands who are very sustainability cautious. So most brands are trying to use the waste plastic to create a recycled clothes, or from the production to the distribution, they are trying to decarbonize the whole processes by adopting many technologies. Like the two panelist members said, actually, this is not a problem of the society, but more related to the problem of personal choice, because they need to purchase with green premium. And some fashion brands take advantage of it by creating some more expensive products without doing any environmentally conscious activity. This is called the greenwashing phenomenon. At the same time, like you said, because many people are doing online shopping, return rate increased. And the fashion industry, of course, in case of top designer brand, are capable of recycling of it. However, less prestigious brands cannot afford it, because people usually think that they can just get the returned product and recycle it, but instead of doing that, they just throw it away because it is less costly. So when we see the fashion brand industry, they are going to the sustainable direction, and I fully agree with it. And actually, I'm very much interested in it, and I read a lot of articles and papers on it. But in order to solve the environmental problem at the fundamental level, instead of consuming that kind of sustainable brand, the consumption level itself has to be curbed. That is more sustainable way of consumption, I believe. And like I said, in case of Korea, when compared to the US or other country, still have low awareness of the sustainability. Nonetheless, in any cases, ESG governance or sustainability are the somewhat unfamiliar concept, but we are kind of growing on it. So that kind of movement will grow at some point. So until we see the momentum of it, we will see some small group of people or small number of people who are doing in this field, and it will create a huge ripple effect across the society at the end. So like I said, even in the US, younger generation, because of the financial hardship, cannot afford to buy the product, or they instead go to the second-hand store shop, or if they cannot afford the second-hand shop, even they decided to buy the fast fashion industry. However, still the key here is to lower the consumption itself from the beginning. Ms. Lee just said that Glossus and Sika did a joint research, and the outcome of the research was very interesting. And given that, what kind of comment you can give on this issue?
If I can add on what Mr. Lee said based on the research findings, like the professor mentioned, Gen Z generation do want to make a value-conscious spending, but they do not have a lot of money, so they do have limitations. This is in line with what we have found out through the survey. However, if there is sustainable choice given to Gen Z, or if we ask Generation Z which you are going to choose over the brand with good name, brand with good function, and brand with good social value, and we do see a clear tendency that they want to prioritize brand with good social value. But the thing is that we do have an economic issue, and also I think we have to think about what kind of value Gen Z is willing to spend on. By using Tumblr, for example, am I displaying eco-friendly value? Or am I just showing off myself as a socially conscious person? I think I have to think about this issue as well. Because a lot of companies do engage in diverse eco-friendly activities and actually engaging a lot of greenwashing marketing activities. They just put eco bags and tumblers into the market and delude consumers feel proud of themselves by buying these so-called eco-friendly products. However, are they truly for sustainable future, or are they just for showing off? I think we have to draw a clear line between these two. And as was mentioned by Mr. Lee, fashion takes up 10% of the emission, so it is a polluting industry, and the situation is getting worse and worse. When it comes to sustainable fashion, it comes with green premium indeed. And when people like clothes and like fashion, they can just buy on and on and on. So like Mr. Lee mentioned, I think reducing consumption itself should be the first principle that we have to take, rather than buying eco-friendly manner. Taking a step back, not buying at all should be our number one choice. I think that is the direction that we have to go when it comes to Gen Z going forward.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, do you have any additional comment on it?
When we ask question Gen Z, the answer gets trickier and trickier because Gen Z has a limited impact to the entire spending. In the next session, I believe we're gonna have some political dialogue because we're gonna have political panelists. I think we have to have younger population in a leadership that creates social consensus. That is the way we can make meaningful changes. For example, Uniqlo, Zara, or H&M, and they are the most representative fast fashion companies, right? To curb our consumption in these brands through meetings like COP26, for example. We charge them for carbon footprint. We charge them for movements. This might double the price of the clothes. Let's begin with that hypothesis. As a group of community, some might say that I don't know, I just want to enjoy cheaper clothes and think about the future. In the meantime, and I think the more people we have in the social consensus deciding group where people think about future is going to change the entire picture. But the thing is that we have a clear line between the decision-making people and the people who are going to be affected by this decision made by some people else. We do have to have a clear consensus about this is the 10-year roadmap and let's go this way. And that means I mean real social consensus. And to make sure that we move in one direction, we have to invite more young people to take part in making decisions. Thank you for this good question. I believe this is from the online questions or on-site questions, I don't know, but reducing consumption, is it possible? If we reduce consumption, doesn't it lead to another problem? That is a rebut I got from the floor.
So there could be many opinions on this issue, I believe. Also, Mr. Kim just said that fundamentally the generation M and Z need to interpret in an active manner the decision made by the top instead of just receiving it. So I'll move on to the next question then. This might be a very sensitive question. So, like I said, this new generation, born between 1981 to 2005, are suffering from polarization and the rising price of houses or stock prices. So they feel like that they are isolated from the society, and they are trying to use all the resources and means to do the speculation in coin market, and actually digital currency market because of that are very much led by the young generation. So this high rise, skyrocketing price of houses, commodities are kind of force the younger generation to do such speculation because they have no other option but to accumulate asset. But from the perspective of environment, since we're talking about the sustainability, this kind of digital currency are mined by using huge amount of computing power and servers, and that means a huge consumption of power electricity. So some people even argue that mining are environmentally destructive. So this is my personal curiosity actually. So from the perspective of younger generation who are very much interested in the digital currency and mining of it and investment relating to it, what do you think about that? Do they share some concerns in this issue? And a few days ago, actually, I saw a very interesting article, news article. BTS representing a representative, the Korean K-pop artist, and Hive decided to non-fungible item move into the NFI fields to create some commercial merchant for fans, and it was heavily criticized by the fans because VTS was known for the environmental ambassador, but because of this investment, they are showing less environmentally conscious move. So that kind of merchant and merchandization of BTS are being criticized by fans around the world. And some people even said that we need to boycott the product made by Hive. So I think this is very much relevant issue. So what do we need to see? How do we need to think about this issue, and what should be the take of you? Maybe from you first.
시작을 해.
Yes, I'll go first. About the cryptocurrency, I think the story is about only a few from the Gen Z. After COVID-19, I do see an increase in participation in cryptocurrency market and the virtual asset. Like around me, I do have friends who constantly talk about like stock market and Bitcoin and so on and so forth. But the question was more about the environmental implication of the cryptocurrency, right? And if we share the consensus or the awareness about this issue among in Gen Z. And I do believe that we have an understanding about this implication. Then still, why the fuss? If you ask me, because I think I have to say because of the economic reality and situation. The parents' money means my money and my economic class, and becoming rich on my own has become nearly impossible in the current society that we live in. So the speculative asset, win or lose assets such as Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, means a way for Gen Z to secure economic stability. That is why they see an increase in the Gen Z participation in this area. So in a short run, because of the economic interests, they do have a turned blind eye to the long-term environmental implication of the Gen Z, if I can dare say. And about the BTS and NFT, I've actually saw the news. The BTS went to UN, delivered a speech, but then Hive recently decided to merchandise the NFT of BTS items, and the fans said that we're gonna have to boycott Hive. I saw a lot of tweets about this and arguing Hive that Hive should stop abusing BTS. It's ironic, but then I think this is one way of Gen Z expressing their ideas and opinions. About Hive's decision on NFT, I don't think I'm gonna I can't judge if the decision was good or bad because Hive has shareholders to take care of, and they utilize their like products that they utilize the BTS that they had. So it was a natural decision. And about the fans' reaction, though, I think the reaction was also natural reaction to make. Utilizing COP26 K-pop for a Planet platform was made by one of my Indonesian friends. This is a platform where K-pop fans can gather together to talk about the seriousness of the climate change issue, so that they can provide like impetus through their like agencies, through the K-pop artists agencies, so that they can reduce carbon footprint when they do events. Indeed, the Coldplay concert that is coming up soon, they are going to try to make it net zero. So in the concert stadium, many of the items will be made out of recyclable items and so on and so forth. And with this platform being created, naturally, this will mean a drive or another push to K-pop artists agencies, and these agencies do have to care for these fans' needs because fans are their stakeholders, right? And if BTS is known for their huge number of fandom, right? And if the fandom is that huge, they're gonna eventually have to listen to the ideas of fans. But then I think this is two different tracks of the fans and the business companies. So I had these two different opinions about this. Okay, then what about you, Mr. Kim? Any thoughts? The perspective toward blockchain through market, through media, we relate this issue with speculation. However, the beginning of the blockchain was about G, governance. That was why the Bitcoin actually began in the first place, because we wanted decentralization. We wanted to escape out of the world where like big agents control everything in a very central manner. Many got dubious about this and wanted to declare decentralization and utilize a lot of application based on Bitcoin so that they can vote and make decisions in a fair and square manner. And as a side effect, the coin market and the capital market got linked together, and this led to the creation of a very unique or peculiar like capital market. Then how to view this? The Gen Z generation do wanted to say no to the existing unfair system, but then this system met the existing market and created this unique like system. And like you mentioned, this Bitcoin is creating side effects because this is being used as a means to earn windfalls. However, suppose that this Bitcoin is used in a very healthy environment where everybody can have their fair share and to have a chance to grow economically. And in this society, I think Bitcoin could have grown into a way better phenomenon. So I think here I want to once again get down to the fundamentals of this issue. The blockchain, like creating carbon emissions and so on and so forth. Let's forget about this issue. Why Bitcoin is creating issue and why Bitcoin is making people to participate in. And I think we have to think about this issue and what we can do to change this situation. Bitcoin or not? This is a very difficult question to answer because we have a lot of like stakes a lot of things at stake here. Because of the reality, sometimes we cannot make right decisions even when we know that is right decision to make. But should we just curse them or blame them? No. So from the society, we have to think about how we can drive people to move toward right direction, encourage them to right direction. That is going to be a healthier discussion to make. Thank you.
Okay. And I think this is good time to receive questions from the floor and from the online platform. And let me deliver some questions and talk about those questions before we finish the session. Among the questions we received, one, people said that we are doing voluntary ESG activities, and for the sustainable ESG, what should be the role of the government? Who will answer to this question? Mr. Lee, Miss Lee?
If I can begin. I bet many, like, we have other panelists with greater opinions, so I will begin first. Doing this research, I felt a lot of things. And one of them is that we do not have a standardized standards or principle when it comes to ESG. Many bodies, international organizations do mention ESG, but we do not have one appraising criteria, assessing criteria that everybody can agree on. Once again, drawing lessons from our research, we kind of delved into an example where Otugi, the company, is now praised as Gattugi, which is the combination of Gat and Otugi. And we tracked the ESG rating of this company in the process of Otugi being praised, and also another negative company called Namyang being boycott. And in the process of Otugi making a lot of social contributions and giving positive impressions toward people, and they did have lower ESG rating when compared to Namyang, which is being boycotted by people. So I wanted to find out why this ESG rating is like that, given, let alone E, what about S and G? These S and G relates to social issues that are publicly discussed and openly discussed. Then why Namyang's ESG rating is not that low, given all the criticism in the society? I'm not from the research organization, so we couldn't deeply dive into the reason behind this. So in the long term, what I want to say is this: be it company or be it diverse organizations, we have to create a standards regarding ESG that everybody can relate to and agree on. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Kyung-koo, what do you think as you run a company actually? What should be the role of the government? Actually, ESG management has been much talked maybe from the beginning of last year. And that kind of quantitative should be qualitative. Qualitatives should be qualitative, because you just talked about the example of Otugi company. So the social impact from the perspective of the company and from the perspective of the public could be very different, and that kind of gap must be quantified to close the gap in a proper manner. That should be the key. And also, Mr. Kim, what do you think about this issue?
저도 짧게
I also would like to be brief. Personally, I think the government should not try to set a growth agenda at the government level. If you look at the previous governments, they talked about the creative economy, green economy, and so on and so forth. They want to frame an economic growth agenda, but the growth is made by companies actually. So we have to think about what we can do to help companies do well in the global forum and global arena. And in the process of transition, some might lose and some might left out, right? And we have to create a social safety net at the government level to support them to get back on track. I don't want government to try to outpace the market, because Korean companies are good. They are smart. They adapt to the changing market trends. And in the course of doing so, they might suffer some of the challenges or sufferings. And the government role is to provide support to this. So I hope the government can take a step back.
추가적인
So I think we have additional question, but I don't see on this display, I think. So they are trying to bring up the question on the display. Do you have any question from the audience, actually? So I think it takes some time to type the question. Do you have any question from the floor, actually? Anyone from the floor? Can you deliver the microphone to the one who raised the hand? Can I just say? So generation M and Z are called younger generation from my generation, older generation. And think they have their own universe, somewhat different from my universe, our universe. My generation lived in the time of deficiency, so we worked hard to develop something and to create something out of nothing. And I think we're enjoying the benefit we created. So this is seen as a reward. However, Generation M and Z was born in the place where there is a less deficiency, and they are trying to change our society to a proper manner, and that is something that should be complemented, I believe, from my perspective. Like the Google manager said, Otugi becomes a exemplary company, but Namyang becomes a bad example because of poor management. But I believe that that kind of behaviors were very much related to the revenue outcome of each company. So younger generation can influence like that, and what kind of things they need to say to the older generation, what kind of changes they need to propose to the older generation.
좀 어려운 질문인데.
That is somewhat difficult question. So what kind of answer you can give, Mr. Kim first?
드리고 싶은
We do have a lot of things to say to our older generation. We cannot assess or deny the economic achievements made from the previous generation, but how the results are distributed and what kind of opportunities are given to young generation, that is our concern. I think many would agree if I say this. Stop holding or stop grasping over the household assets, like real estate assets. If you go back to the 1980s, you entered large company, you earn money, but at the same time you loan some money from the bank, and if you spend some years, you can buy a house in Seoul or somewhere else. But this is not an area where younger generation can approach. But ironically, this is the money from our previous generation's money, but this previous generation that owned money inherit their money to their siblings, and those who do not have rich parents, do not have a leeway into this existing asset like market and their hold into the money. And the cry out from the Gen Zs for equality or fairness is because they do not see that they have a way into the small circle of elite or small circle of power. We have to think about growing the fruits, growing the pie, of course. However, we have to think about fairly sharing or distributing the pie. We think about our future being gloomy and looking dark. And maybe I have to stake all my money into the Bitcoin, and if one thing goes wrong, we just give up everything, right? So my question to the previous generation is how far you can concede, how far you can yield to future generation for the sake of their happiness, not yours. So in this regard, I save money. I bought an office till 10 pyong sized flat house. I can earn 900,000 won per month for renting this small house. And I did some math. My original cost of maintaining this small spot was 350,000 won. So starting from this year, I am currently renting out my place for only 350,000 won, which is significantly lower than the market price. And I am happy that a good group of youngsters are utilizing my place very well. So I think we have to decide how much we can yield, because if we just hold grip over what we have, at this vicious cycle will go on and on and on. We do have elite group who hold a lot of things. When they think about how much they can yield and give up for future generation, then we can start thinking about the fair ground. Thank you. Any other additional comments? We have 5 more minutes to go. if I can comment on that, you mentioned about the process of otugi being praised as gattugi, and Namyang's doing still good in the market means that our activity does not lead to big impact in like their financial balance sheets. But then actually that is not true. In Generation MZ, Otugi is top 3 companies that our young generation want to join. And as for Namyang, we are boycotting, and just a lot of issues and a lot of scandals, their stock prices plummeted. So we do have economic indicators that reflect all this, our perspectives regarding this. But from the ESG perspective, what I wanted to say is that these economic indicators are not getting reflected into the ESG metrics that we have, and I thought maybe the government can do something to create a more like transparent board where we can see this. That was my point. Thank you.
We have 3 or 4 minutes left, so I think this should be the final question. So, purchasing power must be enhanced for efficient use of value-conscious consumption. So, how we can resolve this dilemma? So that is our final question, I believe. Maybe Mr. Lee, you can answer to this question. To begin with, so I'm not sure what kind of consumer group you're talking about because it will change the dynamic. But from my perspective, of course, when we talk about the general manufacture of the product, the value or utility of the product should be considered. If it functions well, that kind of additional value can be very adventurous, and I mean very could be advantage. But in case of high-end goods, the purchasing power must be acquired first. Of course, the question here is that what kind of management plan each company have. But nonetheless, I believe that the value consumption is somewhat prioritized by the purchasing power by some people. And I think this is not a problem of polarization. So if you genuinely believe that the quality of the product can be compromised or sacrificed, so this is a problem of personal choice, I believe. So I think we need to wrap up session here. So we talked about the sustainable future and value-conscious consumption and ESG. Global Shapers Generation MZ were represented by these 3 outstanding panelist members, and we had a very interesting discussion. I said interesting, but still it is very tricky and difficult issue faced by the Generation M and Z. Still, most of them have very difficult, financial hardship and suffering from polarization. Of course, we cannot ignore the value of economy, and at the same time, ESG, environment, and social values must be all respected at the same time. But that kind of decision are, truth to be told, are not made by Generation M and Z, but by older generation. So the question is how to reflect the voice of the Generation M and Z to these kind of decisions and decision-making processes. So this could be the structural issue, I believe. So I believe that the topic of today is very relevant, but not an easy topic. So I realized once again. So I think we need to create more discussion venue like this so that we can have heart-to-heart talks, so that what kind of trade-off should be made when many interests are conflicting to each other, especially our next generation. Their voices must be more reflected on these decisions because their generation, when compared to my generation, need to gain more priorities, and they need to speak up in these issues. So I hope that this session could be very helpful to that end, and I think we need to close the session here. Thank you so much for your presentation, 3 panelists member. Why don't we wrap up the session here? Thank you so much for your contribution.
네, 잠시 후 4시 반부터 청년 리더 토크쇼 MZ 세대와 지속 가능한 미래 세션이 시작됩니다. 동시에 바로 옆 랜딩 볼룸 C에서도 민간 희생의 역사 극복을 통한 평화의 증진 세션이 시작됩니다. 감사합니다.
강민진 대표님. 네.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 제 목소리 잘 들리시나요?
네,
네. 지금 현장 비디오도 잘 보이시나요?
네, 잘 보입니다.
네. 혹시 PPT 발표하실 게 있으실까요?
아니요, 없어요.
네, 알겠습니다. 저희 쪽도 오디오 문제 없어서요. 이따 세션 진행해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
아,
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon.
아닌 맞습니다. 네. 감사합니다. 네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. It's the first event, and as far as I know, you are in session 3. It is called Youth Leader Talk Show. And the topic and the title today is MZ Generation and Sustainable Future. We are joined by 3 young politicians, and I would like to introduce these 3 speakers. Ms. Kang Min-jin, representative of the Youth Justice Party of Justice Party. She's joined us online. Good afternoon. My name is Kang Min-jin from the Youth Justice Party. I wish I could meet you on site, but I'm happy to be here online. Now, Kim Soo-min, a member of the 20th National Assembly of the ROK. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Soo-min. Now, Mr. Lee Dong-hak. Good afternoon. My name is Park Won-ho from Seoul National University.
Thank you. So if you look at the program, I saw a lot of big topics and big ideas written on it, like previous generations' inequality and the disappointment of the youth, and the talk show is going to discuss how youth is disappointed in the previous generation. But if you allow me to share my idea, I think it is very difficult for young generation to voice their opinions in the political scene. So you are playing a very important role as 3 young politicians. So about the future, going forward, what the role you're going to play is also important, but what you have done so far matters as well. So this is a talk show basically. I hope we can make it fun. What I'm proposing is this. So taking turns, I'm going to give each of you 10 minutes to kick off the discussion. You can share your ideas, and we have a lot of tricky, difficult questions loaded for you. And over the last several weeks, I think this host and organization, the staff members of the organizing committee here had an event on the social media, so we have collected a lot of good questions. And I also used my social media to collect some questions that I can give you. And I believe some of the questions are going to be very tricky. I hope that since this is a rare opportunity that we invite all of you here, we can listen to your opinions about the tricky questions I'm going to throw. With that, this is the Korean alphabetical order, so I will just follow the order in the program. So we will begin with representative of the Youth Justice Party, Ms. Kang, and after giving each of our panelists 10 minutes, I will begin the Q&A session. With that, over to you, Ms. Kang.
제 얼굴이 잘 보이시는지
I'm not sure you can see my face clearly. I am given for 10 minutes for my little presentation, and I was told that the topic today is the MZ generation and suggestions for them in a sustainable future. In particular, I would like to touch upon some social issues for the most vulnerable. I would like to start my talk with a question. Do you think Korea is an advanced country? A lot of you nodded. We indeed became an advanced countries in terms of economy and some diplomatic powers. It is for sure that we just became an advanced country. Older generations remember the difficult times in the Korean history. However, our generation and the future generation is enjoying the benefits after the agony of Korea. Then now let me change my question a little bit. Yes, we are an advanced country, but do you believe that we are living in life conditions as a nation, advanced nation? If I change my question a little bit like that, I don't think many would agree as much as you did with my first question. I'm sure you've traveled overseas before. If you think of those typical advanced countries, sometimes we envy those youth in those advanced countries, and sometimes we wish that we were born in those countries. So we've already reached the point that our nation is an advanced country. Now our task is to elevate the life conditions in our surroundings to become a genuine advanced nation. And that is the task for young generations and the youth of Korea. In terms of economy, we are already an advanced country. You know, UNCTAD already designated Korea as one of the advanced nations. And President Moon also mentioned that we should be proud of our status, and at the same time, we have to bear heavy burdens to be responsible in the international society. President Moon also added, behind our economic growth and achievement, there are some social issues like suicidal rate and low birth rate. And we have mounts of social issues and dark side of the society. And as the president mentioned, most citizens feel that it is not easy to live as a Korean citizen in Korea. We live in a busy life and sometimes it's harsh. Compared to our parents' generation, the younger generations are going through more difficult times. A lot of people agreed. And if you think of a low birth rate, that suggests the idea. I don't want to say that younger generations should have more children in the future, or having more children is the only answer to solve social issues. However, this phenomenon greatly demonstrates what the situations the youth have. So if you think of giving a birth, that is something that we expect the future rather than the past or today. Or at least we can maintain the life conditions, living conditions now. And I believe that's one of the benefits that we expect from giving a birth. But a lot of youth refuse to have babies because they can't guarantee and they're not sure what the future will be like. And probably the lowest birth rate that Korea is witnessing is why is the reason. So some women also suffer from disconnection of their career after giving a birth, and these are all interconnected. So what will be a life in an advanced nation like? And what will be the benefits that we enjoy as we live in the advanced nations? I think of three things. First, There's somebody called Kang Do-young, it's not a real name, living in Daegu. He was introduced on the news, and when he was 22, his father had a brain stroke and he had to take care of his father while taking care of his household, and he's paid 7,000 won an hour, and every 2 hours he had to change his father's position while being hospitalized, and he needs a lot of help, but he's the only caregiver for his father while he has to do some economic activities to survive. And recently he was sentenced for 4 years because the court decided that he let his father died while he had no help from anyone. He had to stop giving food to his father. So if you think of the case of Mr. Kang, I wonder if we are living in a genuine advanced country, because if you think of advanced country, you can imagine decent welfare system, but millions of dollars that he had to bear to take care of his father in the hospital, and he couldn't pay the utility bills and couldn't pay for internet, and he still had to work while he was taking care of his father, and no one was able to help him. And these are something that government should provide help for. And a lot of people under harsh caregiving conditions for their family, and still we are facing such a reality in Korea. And let me introduce the second case of the youth. Her name is Hee-soo. She died recently. I'm not sure if you remembered her. She was originally biologically born as a man, and he joined the military because he wanted to pursue his career as a military, but he had to leave the army because he re-identify his gender as a woman, and he asked the court to correct the gender on the documents, and he had to be kicked out. She has to be kicked out of the military because of that. And these suggest that the citizens still don't feel that we are enjoying the benefits as advanced nations, and especially for those with abnormal gender orientation, and depending on some races, some people are discriminated, and this doesn't happen in a genuine advanced nations. For example, some advanced nations allow same-sex marriage, and they respect the population of LGBT, but it's not happening in Korea at the moment. President Moon also suggested we have to do anti-discrimination laws. We have to establish some anti-discrimination laws, but the presidential candidate Lee Jae-myung was somehow against that idea. So that illustrates two sides of our society for certain discriminating issues. And I'm not sure whether we have a consensus on non-discrimination. And the third case of the youth is Lee Sun-ho. He died this year at work. He was working at a port, did some physical labor, and he died because he was jammed under the container. If you look at the labor law, he could have survived. Some difficult and dangerous work requires some supervisors and a monitoring system with some safety gear, which Mr. Lee wasn't provided with at all. There was no safety manager at the site, and that led to his death. And his father was working with him at the site, and he had to witness the death of his own son, which is tragedy. So if you think of some successful life and happy life in advanced countries, is where you realize your personal goals in career while you have work-life balance, but a lot of people still suffer from long hours of labor in Korea. Then why is the nation economically advanced, but people still suffer from harsh conditions? We have Samsung, we have BTS, who is leading the global culture, but it's also the place where people suffer and they don't have to. If we are a genuinely advanced nation, these are the questions a lot of youth, including myself, have in their mind. So these youth, unfortunately and sadly, ended their lives, and one of them is in jail because he let his father die. But even if you look at people around you, the youth around you, they also have difficulties, and they couldn't pay for tuition, and they had to pay for very expensive rent, but the living condition is terrible, sometimes in the basement or on the rooftop. But they do want work-life balance, but it seems very far. It's more like pipe dream. So these remain as a rosy picture they only had in their mind. And the minors, including LGBT and people with the special needs, have even worse lives, and you often hear it from the news, and sometimes you can't even hear them on the news, and that's the reality we're facing. Then how can we change our society, and how can make our politics to change? I am a politician because I want to shape a better future for the youth where they do not feel any discrimination. And I used to do some social activities before joining the politicians community. Anybody wants to live a decent life while chasing their dreams and goals. They want to feel more relaxed and sit back, and all they want is to have a decent life while moving forward for their goals. I don't think they expect too much or they hope too much. I think they deserve three rights. Future better than yesterday. And that is one thing that youth deserve. The media said that the youth and the young generations live in a horrible situations of unemployment or some debt, and it's more like they're on the edge of the brink. But we do not want a lot. We worked hard, we studied hard, and we built our career. But we can't enjoy little things. And I believe that they could dream little more than what they have now, because what they have is almost nothing. So that's something that they deserve. And they should ask the government and the nation to guarantee that little hope that they have. Last, I'm sure other panelists will talk about it. If you think about welfare system or human rights, a lot of people concerned about climate change. And I was in the UK until yesterday to participate in COP26 in Glasgow. And at the COP meeting, there were about 100,000 protesters in front of the meeting venue to express their concerns about the climate change and the government's responsibilities. We have rights to safely reach the point to become older persons. And it is our right to claim that for their governments. And I believe that the younger generation should organize a little better community to express their opinions. I'm sure it's not easy. Some people have some experiences, especially the older generations have some activist movements in the past in their college, but I know younger generation, compared to them, it's not really experienced. And older generations have more experiences when they formed certain civil rights movements in the past, but the younger generations are more individualist compared to the older generation. So it is not the favorable situation right now. So it wouldn't work if we try to do the same thing in an old way. And we're joined by other youth leaders from different political parties. And we have to come up with some measures to gather these younger generations, regardless of political parties, regardless of the interest of organizations. And it is our responsibility to push the government to have a decent and better decision making. So as a youth, I urge you to join younger generations to do their social activists. Sorry, I gave you 10 minutes. And the organizers said that you pass way after 10 minutes. Are you wrapping up? Yes. So I urge you to join the younger generations around you, including the audience today, and I urge your interest and the support. And we have more difficult questions later on, and you get to answer those questions later.
Maybe you wanted to avoid these difficult questions, but let us give the microphone over to the next panelist. But to sum up your points, you have touched upon so many diverse issues. You have shared stories about 3 young people. So, and by that, you touched upon well-being, welfare, poverty, labor, environment, and minority. You have shared 3 unfortunate stories that we face. and how the society that we are living in can address these issues. So you have touched upon so broad issues. I think we will have a chance to talk about some more of the detailed issues later on. With that, let me pass the microphone over to CEO Kim sitting next to me. Can I begin? Yes, why don't we give her a big hand before she begin? Thank you. I didn't mean to get this applause, but thank you. And thank you, Ms. Kang, for the nice speech. It is my first time to be in Jeju for this type of discussion and conversation. I was very excited to engage in this constructive dialogue with all of you. So once again, I'm Kim Soo-min. Nice to meet you all. As a uni student, I launched a marketing company, and in the previous National Assembly, when I was 29 years old, back then I was the youngest person to become the member of the National Assembly. And now, I am currently working on the rebranding of the party that I belong. For 5 years, I have been working as a politician, policy maker, and decision maker. I engaged in making policies for youth, but many of my attempts failed, so I wondered why. What did I do wrong? And in the run-up to the presidential elections, I see a lot of candidates giving good policy regarding youth, and direction-wise, they have nothing wrong. So what is wrong with the youth policies? So I want to talk about this. Speed. If we renovate speed, we can see the future of the youth. I want to talk about the methodology behind youth policy. Many senior politicians say that in life what matters is direction, not speed. So even if you are a slow walker, if you are walking in the right direction, you can get there in the right place, in the right destination. I believe many of you heard the same thing on and on. However, in 2021, the year we are living in, is this mantra still working? I don't think so. The saying itself sounds good, that what matters is direction, not speed. It sounds good. But in reality, when we reach there late, there is no fruit left for younger generation. And sometimes the direction matters because, ironically, we want to get there faster than other players. So I think maybe this mantra is a little bit outdated. I wanted to see different perspectives regarding speed from different generations. Let me talk about 100 million won. In any young generation, do you have 100 million won in your savings account? I believe few of you does. The minimal living expenses that is needed for a person is 1.09 million won. As for an average young person to collect 100 million won with this minimal wage, minimum living expenses, it takes 20 years. Let me put this issue into this perspective. In 2012, one Tesla S sold at 100 million won. And in 2021, the second-hand Tesla S, that is 12 years old, of course, from the 2012, sold at 50 million won. But then let me think about this. In 2012, 15,000 shares of Tesla was 100 million won. And in 2021, the same amount of share costs 14 billion won. And once again, put this into another perspective. The annual starting salary of the grade 9 civil servant, which is the lowest, is 25 million won a year. But then, if you want to buy a house, how much money do you need? In some of the areas, this housing prices go up by 100 million won a month or 1 billion won over several years. And when you do
have capitals and when you have some shares, you can earn like tens of millions of won a year. So a decent salary of a decent office worker, which is 30 million won, does not sound like money. To young generation, the 100 million won's value is quite different to the value that is felt or shared among older generation. And as was pointed out, we are the first generation to become that is poorer than the previous generation. If I listen to many of my friends who work for like companies, many of them are frustrated. The moral compass or the value principle that normal office workers had is collapsing because they do not feel the need of saving and they do not feel the need of working hard and diligently because they feel like this means nothing. What I'm trying to say is that increase in earned income cannot keep pace with the increase in capital income in this society that we are living in. And under this context, just forcing the value of diligence to younger generation, is it meaningful? Does it mean anything? It is not about what is right or wrong. It is not about value. It is more about survival in the younger generation. Like I said, it is the first generation that can fare less than the parent generation. In this low growth era, the generation MZ is forced to compete with each other. Then what is the most valuable resource given to them? And I think that is time to shape better future. At this moment, if you ask me what is the role of the government, I would say maximizing the value of time of younger generation, which is the valuable resource that they have. Now the presidential candidates are set and they will give us a lot of like meaningful pledges. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to enhance the like perspective regarding speeds at the government level to befit the speed that MZ's generation feel. We have to make a massive investment in things like data, platform, and network so that we can create a more creative and more open society. And if that's the case, the generation MZ, which is leading the change, can utilize this infrastructure to create changes and create innovation. And this will help Korea to become a leader in the innovation sector going forward. To make sure the future generation can choose what future they want without fear, and to make sure that the future generation can can enjoy their fair share, I think politicians and politics should do a better job. And if we do not have the youth that can innovate, that means we do not have any more opportunity to growth in our society. In the run-up to the presidential election, we will listen to diverse policies for youth, but I hope that not just direction, they touch upon the value of speed so that the policies are speedy enough to befit the needs of youth generation. That is it for me. Thank you. Thank you. Please give her a big hand.
Let me paraphrase what Ms. Kim said. New economy, new circumstances. Compared to the previous ideology and ideas, maybe government policies need to quickly respond to changes in our society. And I believe you brought up some questions, some things that we can think of later on. Maybe we can put it this way. Devils usually are more detailed. So after listening to two leaders, I thought about bigger discourse. However, maybe we have to fill up with some details. Sorry to interrupt, but before Mr. Lee deliver his speaking, the whole theme of this forum is the sustainable development. And both leaders talked about some environment that requires sustainability. And Ms. Kang mentioned not only environment, but the community requires sustainability. Ms. Kim added some ways to survive in this faster changing society. And if our society fail to respond, we can't guarantee sustainability. So last but not least, we would like to hear from Mr. Lee from Democratic Party of Korea. And I believe he has little more detailed speech regarding environment. Let's invite Mr. Lee Dong-hak. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you for inviting me. Should I sit or stand? Today I would like to talk about the earth and some waste that we create every day and how to treat them, and that's my topic today. In 2017, I started my journey in August and came back to Korea in 2019 after my world journey. So I'm probably the last human who freely traveled around the globe. And I would like to share my story. First, I started this journey not because of environment. I was highly interested in how to respond global aging. And without any solutions for global aging, we can't guarantee sustainability. And that's what I thought when I first started this journey. And Korea has the fastest pace of aging. And maybe we could be parameter for other countries to compare their situations with Korea's cases. And that is why I first started this travel. My mother assigned me as the village chief of the globe, but there are a lot of people gave me warm welcome because I was almost like a beggar. And in 157 cities in 61 countries, I visited all these mothers of the globe. And this is the map that I traveled. And I paid attention to the trend of the aging, but then I also got to learn waste treatment. Do you believe this is from a country, whether advanced or developing countries? Unfortunately, it was from an advanced country, and I had a prejudice before my trip. And I believe that maybe some country does something very well compared to others. But if you think of this country, this is surprisingly Australia. And how come an advanced nation like Australia failed to deal with waste and recycling? Then does Australia have this issue only? I don't think so. This is happening around the globe, especially in the countries that you believe that they are advanced countries. You can't imagine underdeveloped countries then. In 1950s, the globe created 2 million tons of plastic. In 2019, it's almost 400 million tons. And the pace is really fast. Can we stop this fast changing? We have great amount of waste and what would happen in the future. If you think of the world population that is 8 billion and imagine how much plastic they create. This is a scene from Iceland. In terms of economy, Iceland has 3 times more GDP than that of Korea, but then how about their waste treatment? They do not recycle. But what is worse is that these are shifted to underdeveloped countries. Then I visited these countries. Of course, they're not treating well, and these wastes flow into rivers and oceans. So if you think of the cycle of the economy, we have to dig some hole to bury them. And there are 2 ways you can treat waste. One, you dispose, and the other is recycling. But only less than 10% of waste is recycled around the globe. Do you think recycling is the only answer? I think it will take forever. And until we fill up with all our land with landfill with the trash, it will take forever. I visited Brazil, and of course they didn't do recycling. And you think, look at those laborers behind the scene, and they are manually sorting out. And soon the globe will be filled with trash. North America and Europe are reducing their waste, but globally, Asia is leading at the amount of the waste, especially in China. Even in Southeast Asia, from 6 to 12% of the global waste are found from there. And these waste move from developing countries to advanced countries, from rural areas to urban areas, from urban areas to rural areas. You see these kids play behind the waste, and these are not the waste that they discharged. These were floating from advanced countries. And if you look at this water, it's black. And they didn't even throw the trash. And I also went to Glasgow. I found something interesting. First, in lower income countries, they try to express their concerns. And second, the youth and the younger generations were more active, participating in environmental activities. So basically, this trash is going to cover the whole globe. I think it is the plastic that conquers the world. In Africa, even worse. They do not have the recycling system, no collection system, no treatment system. Then these trash flows into the ocean, and it's over 10 million tons annually. US, UK, and Germany, and any other advanced countries sent their trash to countries like Kenya. And of course, they know that this trash is not going to be treated in countries like Kenya, but they sent it anyways because they just want to keep their country clean, and Korea is not the exception. But then these countries like Kenya also want to maintain a clean environment. That's why they just threw the whole trash to the ocean. Do you think Korea is an advanced country? I don't think so in this regard. So ocean ended up terrible amount of trash, and it is not yet drawn attention by political communities. And I think it is a tragedy. And we analyzed the 1,000 rivers, and mostly developing countries discharged trash. And do you think it started from developing countries? I don't think so. There is a island that is 7 to 10 times bigger than the Korean peninsula, and that is called the Trash Island. From 1950s to 2019, we have some accumulation statistics. Only 30% are recycled, and only 10% are recycled and used, but the rest of them are sent to landfill. And the entire globe is not ready to treat in the system. And we face every day great amount of the plastic and waste, as you can see all these pictures. To wrap up, former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon earlier mentioned about reuse of waste. Not only recycle, but reuse. And that could be our first solution. And second solution I would like to suggest is, even if the first option is successful, we will be ended up being a trash can. I went to Wien. There's a landmark. It looks like a palace, but this is actually incineration station. And over 500,000 people annually visited this incineration center. How does it happen? They don't have a bad odor because they capture the air inside and filter it. Dioxin and any other hazard substances are captured with the great technologies. So in this city of Wien, there are about 60,000 households around this incineration station, and they get provided with energy for their living from this incineration center. And I also visited Copenhagen in Denmark, and this is also incinerator station. And as you can see, it looks like a ski slope, and it is a ski slope, but it's actually built on top of incineration center, and locals loved it. How about Japan? And they have incinerator right in front of the district offices, and the locals have their little farm and garden on the rooftop, and then they utilize these places, and it is so transparent that they can find any information 24/7, so that the locals have a great belief and the faith in these incinerators. And they have something in common. Locals actively participated in operating and running in these incineration stations. So before, usually locals are against these facilities, but then once you become a politician, you realize that we do need certain facilities like that, but then now you are on the opposite side. So you delay your decision making as a politician, but then it's handed down to the next generation. So that goes the same in Korea. Korean politicians keep delaying what they should do, and there will be a big burden for our children's generation. And I believe that we need to build such an environment and system instead of sending our trash to other developing countries. And that's something that the Korea should try. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
네.
Thank you. Spring Commissioner Lee traveled around the world and took a look at the waste issue. You basically took a trip for waste, right? And you shared a lot of pictures. Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation. Not that light enjoyment, but with a serious note. I should have better managed time, but I'm here to represent so-called older generation. I already feel sorry, but I felt like with that I couldn't restrain your time
and I just let everyone to speak freely as much they want to. I think, do we have like 30 minutes for discussion? Yes, I believe. I hope we can continue on our discussion from the presentations you had. I have like multiple lists of questions, but then questions aside, I hope we can get down to the bottom of the problem here. 3 of you are here representing youth politics, but frankly speaking, when it comes to youth politics, what is the role of the youth politics, or what is the status of it? Frankly speaking, the role or the status do not really catch our attention. It is not noticeable. One of the Facebook question I got from one of my students is this. This is one of the biggest dilemma of the youth politics, but the student wrote this. To be a politician as a professional career, it is risky. The job is not secure. So the politician, is it a sustainable job I can take on? We're talking about sustainability, but politician is an important job, and it is one of the career choices that youth can take. But it doesn't seem that politician is one of the best choices that youth make. So about the sustainability of politician as a job, what do you say? And secondly, this can both be a very simple but tricky question. But if I go one step deeper, about youth politics, do we have actual own unique agenda from youth politics? Generally, we talk about future, environment, sustainability when it comes to youth politics, because we are talking about the world that the future generation will live in. So we just blindly assume that youth generation will do a better job in solving these issues. But does the youth politics has a unique characteristics? Do they have any specific or unique forte where youth generation can do a better job in solving problems in this specific area when compared to senior generation and so on and so forth? So my question is, one, is politician a sustainable job? Second, what is the unique characteristics of the so-called youth politics? What is the questions or the areas that the youth politics can better address? So these are the questions I want to throw at you. I think only when we solve these or address these questions, we can move on to the next ones. So starting from Ms. Gang first.
I try to intervene when I need to from Zoom, but it's for sure that we need to lower the barrier for younger generations to participate in political community, and we need some systematic changes. And some of the politicians in their 20s are not eligible to run for a election, and you need to gain 10 to 15% of the voting if you want to reimburse the deposit that you initially submitted. So young generations of politicians, of course, have hard time to join the established political community. So they have some systematic issues, they have some financial issues, but that's something that system should help. And each party recommend politicians to their parties, and they can include some more younger generations and new faces of politicians. Is politician a sustainable job? That was the second question I understood, and I believe that in terms of a concept of labor, our citizens deserve to have the rights of job safety. And I don't think that goes to politicians. Well, they are, first of all, elected by the citizens for some reasons, and they need to be criticized. And when the citizens decided and realized that those politicians are not speaking up for the citizens, they can be always asked to resign. So I don't think you can simply compare politicians and other jobs. And I have some colleagues as youth politicians, and they don't regard these political activities as a job. They just want to have some social changes, and they usually started their career from a civil society, and sometimes they want to push forward with some of their belief and the commitment, and that is why they enter into political community. And I think that's the difference between a politician as a job and other typical jobs. And the third identity of youth politicians, I don't agree with the restriction of the scope of youth politicians' activities just for the younger generations. I think we need youth politicians in the course of our ultimate goal, and that ultimate goal is to review the overall social issues. And there, youth politicians can do certain roles. If you think of public awareness or popularity of youth politicians compared to older generations, well, of course, we have some issues, and still our society does not recognize youth politicians well enough. But I don't believe politics is done by one or two great politicians. We do need, however, a decent group with a diversity, great ideology, and the spirit of societies, and without any citizens in a group who support these youth politicians, it's hard to expect more roles and responsibilities from youth politicians. So in the course of that, youth politicians can do some roles to get more people involved, and sometimes for themselves and other times for their party members and comrades. And I think it's more important to have some consensus among all different types of people. Well, Ms. Kang is actually the leader of the Youth Justice Party within Justice Party. And she's a representative, and it's very interesting organization, I think. And it's interesting to see that the Justice Party recognizes the important role of the youth politicians. How about Ms. Kim?
Okay. Maybe I will answer your questions first and then try to provide my opinion that might be a little bit different from yours. As a job, politician is difficult. If you fail to win the election, it becomes very difficult to get by. But I don't want to answer your question in this way. Albeit short, I have pondered upon the question, and I thought the presumption of this question is actually wrong. Many people say that politics is done by politicians, but I strongly say no to that idea. When I was a member of the National Assembly, I actually was born and currently living in the same town. And in the same town, I have a small mom and pop store that I usually go to, and I really have a good bond with her. And the mom and pop and store owner says, "Oh, the politics looks difficult. I don't know about the politics, but you go hard. You go, girl." She said that to me. I was so sad to hear that because I think politics is so pervasive that it should be felt like an air. If you, for example, doctor saves people, right? If you focus not on the noun that is doctor, but to focus more on verb to save, doctors can save lives and politicians can save the society and so on and so forth. So I hope that politicians are not interpreted as person that tries to earn money through doing politics. And about the meaning of youth politics, I also believe that the question starts at the wrong place. I believe you have invited those under 40 to talk about youth politics, but I think we should have gathered like people in their 70s, people in their 20s and 40s together to talk about the youth politics, because it is very difficult to interpret what it means only among youth generation from the same perspective.
If you look at the current National Assembly and the established political communities, usually all you can see is the guys in their 50s and 60s. And that's actually the trend of other countries' Congress as well. And let's say you see politician in his 20s or 50s, you also have to think some other elements. For example, just because you're in your 20s, you do not vote for that politician in his 20s. Even if you are in your 50s and if you have a great belief in that politicians in his 20, that's how you vote. So in the past, maybe like from 15 years ago, we started to have some social discussion. We started to realize that we need to get younger generations involved in politics, because our society wanted them to speak up for themselves. So now, through the lens of the youth, some social issues are brought up because they can see some social issues that older generations cannot see. And in terms of that, I believe the young politicians enlarge the scope of the politics, and we still need to keep on. And well, in politics, we don't have everyone who are selected and voted. There are some staff members who wish to work in the public areas. So, of course, some people with more capability survive, but same in political community, we have much more people who are not actually being politicians. But sometimes they develop their capability as politicians later. And if they do their role right, and it's a good direction to change the direction of the future. So I hope more young people can participate and join us. And I would like to add a little more.
So Ms. Kang talked about institutional support. And interestingly enough, Ms. Kim, I don't know how I can accurately name your point, but you talked about politics in our daily lives, or amateurism maybe, in a very good sense. So engaging in different jobs, engaging in different daily jobs, you can take your time out of your schedule to participate in politics still. You have talked about this. So both of your standpoints may be vary depending on how we interpret it. So I want to highlight this different standpoint between you two. And some might question this amateurism, or if the role of politician can only be assumed by people who have some free time, who have some luxury to care about politics. In that case, I will just leave it as an open question, but our younger generation have less and less free time, right? At the community level, as a society as a whole, about this question, some of the questions should be addressed by players, and if we have to solve our questions in any way, maybe we have to provide some incentive to those people who can do a better job in solving questions. That is my idea, but I will just leave it as an open question. I have a lot of posted questions, but I will touch upon some of the relatively simple ones. This is a comment from the YouTube. You said that the young people should pay attention to politics. Then what made you get interested or get involved in politics in the beginning? It is relatively simple. So taking turns, Ms. Kang first.
For me, well, it's actually a very long story, but to sum up, when I was a teenager, I was curious about the school and the social system, and I actually was not a big fan of it. For example, I was highly interested in the movement to lower the eligible age for voting to 18 years old, and I never wanted to adopt the social system forces me to do. And I wanted to be an active role. I wanted to play an active role in the society. So I started with my social activities to start with. And along the way, I realized that if I become a politician, I can actually make some tangible changes, and that is why I ended up in this party and doing political activities. We have 3 minutes, and we have to finish in 10 minutes. We even started later than schedule. Okay, how about Ms. Kim?
So that means this is almost the final question. All right. Before entering into the politics, I had a chance to engage in a discussion or conversation with a very prominent, renowned politician who almost made it to the presidential candidate. So this is a big deal, I thought. So I wanted to summarize what I thought before I engaged in the dialogue with him, and I kind of poured out my thoughts before him. And to sum up the reason why I decided to enter into the political scene is this. As a just ordinary young person, the Conservative Party talks constantly about growth and the Liberal Party constantly talks about distribution, but I think the most important thing is survival. The politician, I think, got a huge insight from what I said, I think. So from that standpoint, I just wanted to highlight our young generation's survival into the future, and I wanted to shape a society or shape platforms to guarantee youth survival in the future. That is how I entered into the scene.
When I was grade 12, I was elected as a student representative of the school, and I led the activity to eliminate the regulations on hair length, and I was pretty progressive, and teachers changed their mind later because they were told by some politicians And it was difficult to talk to the teachers as student representatives, but some politicians encouraged the teachers to prepare for the session to talk to students. And that was the eureka moment for me that, oh, politicians can actually change something. And I felt the power and the efficiency of politicians. And I actually did some part-time when I was a university, and then I saw some great scenes of political events. Thank you. They gave me 5 more minutes after I complained about the time limit. Well, then I would like to ask these 3 speakers little more to wrap up, maybe 2 to 3 minutes for each of the speaker. First, I collected a lot of questions from various sources for this session, and one of them is related to job security. A lot of questions were concerned about job security. And another one is related to what I mentioned earlier. Do we have one identity among young generations? Maybe we have some different gender orientation. We are in the different groups, and the questions ask about your insight about social conflicts in the same generation group. So maybe you can have wrap-up comments for a minute and a half each. Maybe I will start with Ms. Kang. Of course, every youth is different. Everyone on site is different. However, it was very important to nurture more female politicians, because absolute majority used to be and still male politicians. So female politicians could bring some new issues on the table, and that is why it's important. And I believe it goes the same to the young generations. Our politics is way too old, and some parts that should represent the youth still is really minimum and minor. So we are living in the year 2021. It is very important to include more younger generation, to let them speak for their own. It's only recent we started to pay attention to social conflicts and issues among younger generations. That includes gender issues. I still believe it's a positive change, because in the past, nobody cares what teenagers had in difficulties or what they concerned. Nobody cared, and young generations were not really even interested in politics. And at least now, people started to pay attention to what young generations are like and what kind of agenda politicians should discuss for younger generations. And I think that's an obvious change, and that is positive. And I urge the audience today to move forward while being more interested in politics, and hopefully I want to see more participation from younger generations.
Thank you. Including me. I think many of people frame politicians or speakers, voice makers from one specific age range as youth politicians. When we talk about politics, or when we talk about diverse issues with my friends or colleagues, we do not frame ourselves as so-called youth. I think we can a better alternative is future generation. We do not necessarily have to frame ourselves as youth. It is a convenient term used by senior generation to group people who are from the same age group and to conveniently pass burden to. This is the idea that I kind of had for quite a long time. This occasion is about how future generations should go in the future going forward, and what the role of the government should be in supporting the movement forward. And I found the occasion very interesting. I even bought and wrote your book, Mr. Lee. I was very happy to engage in diverse discussions over diverse topics. I hope we do have more opportunities like this, and I thank you, Professor Park.
I hope to design our own lives. Instead of an observer or follower, we need to and we deserve to design our own life. Housing issues, job issues, and any other social issues illustrate the aspect of Korean society that is losing sustainability. If we have abundant resources, we're not losing them. But that is something that I felt sorry for younger generations as a politician, and I feel heavy burden. And I don't think it's something that I can do by myself. It should be done by team, with more people, more groups, to have more discussions with various stakeholders in the society. So my party, Democratic Party of Korea, is preparing for the presidential election right now for next year. But in the course of that, I believe that my party should include more younger generations, and I also should do my role more. Thank you. Thank you. It was a great opportunity to have these three future leaders in politics. Well, you're still politicians, but you will lead our future, and it was a great opportunity to have some discussions with you. Thank you very much. And this is what I feel. You're all from different parties with different ideologies and different goals in your political activities, but it was a great opportunity to see you have a smooth discussion. Maybe you should have more opportunities to gather together to find something in common or some common goals, and that way we can develop and improve our politics in the future. That wraps up the session. Thank you very much.
네, 세션 종료 후에요. 저희들 연사님들 같이 사진을 찍는다고 하시는데 좀.
Should we have group photo?
네, 이사장님 단상으로 올라와 주시면 같이 기념 촬영하도록 하겠습니다.
셋. 이승윤 대표님, 제 목소리 들리나요?
네, 잘 들립니다.
아, 네. 지금 네, 현장 소리 현장 화면 잘 보이시나요?
네, 잘 보입니다.
네. 혹시 지금 PPT가 있을까요?
PPT 없고요.
네.
대담 형식으로 Q&A 형식으로 이 교수님께서 질문 주셨거든요.
네네네.
네, 잠시 후 6시부터
네,
특별 이벤트 창업가 멘토와 함께하는 미래
네,
패러다임
저희
읽기가
시작은
시작됩니다.
시작하시고요.
감사합니다.
그 시간에 맞춰서 세션 진행해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. 체크 끝났습니다.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon or good evening. We're now going to begin the special event. This is right before a dinner. The theme of this forum is about responding to the crises that are faced by humanity, such as climate change, and what the young leaders are thinking about ways to solve these crises. And in this session, we'll be talking about actions. So we have invited startups, the representatives from the startups who have actually put what they've been thinking about into action. We have Yuhyun Park of DQ Institute and Mr. Seung-Yun Lee of Radish joining us online. And on stage, we have Mr. Park Jong-gun of Karang and Mr. Song Min-soo of Unit Character and Mr. Oh Sang-hyuk of Blue Whale Company. And we do have a script, but well, a script is a script. But I want to be more free in terms of leading today's discussion. So as we are, conducting the presentation or the discussions, you could just raise your hand and let us know that you have questions or comments. I want to make this as interactive as much as possible. And so DQ Institute, you know what DQ is, right? You know about IQ, you know about EQ, but some people may not know what DQ is. DQ stands for digital quotient. In terms of IQ and EQ, I have a lot of deficiency, but in DQ, I'm not so good at it either. And Yuhyun Park is going to talk to us about standardization using DQs. And with children, we do need standards, by which we can develop the DQ for children. And so that's what she's doing at her institute. Are you with us?
Greetings from Singapore. My name is Yuhyun Park. Should I start? I prepare a little bit of slides and maybe I will show you my slides. Sure. You can show us your slides and after your presentation we will have some Q&A session based on your presentation. So make sure your presentation is nice and short. Okay, great. Can you see my slide? Yes. All right. I am going to publish this on 19th of November. And this summarizes my 10-year research in terms of my startup and experience of the industry. So hopefully I can share with you how I started this book and what the book says. Probably I'm not the great fit for the session because I am not an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs usually create profits and that way they contribute to the society, but I haven't done it. Well, social enterprise is the term, but I'm more like social intellect leader in startups and companies are far from my career. I'm more like a messenger to deliver messages. And I would like to explain why by explaining my last decade and my next decade. In 2010, I started a NGO in Korea. It's called Influence Zero. And I started this organization because I witnessed the case of Nayoung, of the victim of the rape, the young girl in Korea. And I was in the States studying. And after experiencing this rape cases, all the Korean parents were furious, including myself. I'm a mother of two. And I followed up the news through the American media, and one newspaper introduced this picture that Na-young drew. There were some pornography as an advertisement right next to Na-young's picture on the newspaper. And it is not just an issue of a girl. It's not just an issue of Korea. It could be anybody's girl, anybody's child. And this digital culture is something that we should deeply consider. And from 2009, I started to figure out how to interpret this case. And in 2010, I established the organization called Influence Zero. It's a startup NGO. Startup is already difficult to do, but startup NGO is even more difficult to establish. And I didn't have any political cause or any personal string attached to this case. I was just a student, and the cyber alliance safety was a rare topic that people care at that time. And a lot of people thought I was out of my mind when I started this organization. But whenever I tried to do something to speak up for this case, a lot of people talked to me back. But I was on the major newspaper because I graduated from Seoul University and I studied in Harvard University, but then I was paying attention to something that nobody cares. That's probably why these media paid attention to me, and I drew enough attention from American media. Maybe people thought that I wanted to do some politics. So one time, an official from presidential office contacted me and he wanted to see me. And I went to the presidential office of Korea. They didn't really care about what I did. They were more care about what kind of person I was. But he asked me a question, what I wanted to do by doing this initiative. But then I was already fed up with getting the same question all the time. And I said, I will establish a global standard in a decade, which will be followed by any countries, any companies, and any organizations. And that person looked at me, seems like this person is out of mind. Then after that, I stayed overseas, and this is a scene that I was on BBC. I'll just skip this part. And on BBC, I mentioned on BBC that we published a report in 2018, and between age 8 and 12, 60% of kids were exposed to cyber risks. And I named it cyber pandemic, and I was talking about cyber pandemic on BBC. So this is not just an issue for bad kids or ignorant parents, and it's an issue of a digital ecosystem. Usually when you think of child protection, people usually say, so what? So the companies are the bad people? Maybe we should stop subscribing cacao services. But what I felt for the last decade is that it is all about industry's responsibility. Technologies are developing unprecedented pace, and all human responsibilities are on one line. It's more like linear. And human responsibility elements are not as fast as the development of technologies. So you can think of a lot of side effects. So cyber risks is one of those side effects. We can think of fake news and any other social issues happen not because the companies have bad intention or some countries are the evils. It's not like that. So as I continue my study and research, we need a new form of intelligence for a new era. So we started to talk about IQ after the first and the second industrial revolution. And we needed people who need to work for factories. And to work for factories, you need somebody smart. Then people started to develop technologies and started to use the internet, and there are more human interactions after that. And human interaction became a key in human relations. Then we are passing after fourth industrial revolution, and now the era requires human intelligence. Children and human need a certain and new intelligence, and that is called the digital intelligence that I invented. It is a broad concept, some capability that is required in digital era. We often talk about digital literacy, but digital intelligence is beyond that. We need some capability to deal with all these digital elements. And we have 8 types of digital factors. First, digital citizenship and how to live better, digital creativity. We know how to create things, digital competitiveness, how to create values. It's not just a value. It's not just created something simple. So it's 8 by 3 became my concept, and I created this concept because it's nonsense that we can't just say let's not use the internet because we have cyber risks. Well, we have to live with the digital technology and the internet. Then we needed to establish to make ourselves cautious and carefully use technologies in the digital lives. And that is why we started this concept of digital intelligence. For the last 9 years, over 80 countries, we started an initiative called DQ Every Child. It is the concept used by the first generation of a digital technology, and I more invented this for my children. Somebody contacted me saying that they wanted to establish digital standards, and they were impressed by my DQ concept, and they just wanted to collaborate with me. And I warned them, though, that not only technology but education are required. So the World Economy Forum, including my institute, created an international alliance for digital intelligence. And we kicked that off in 2018, and after 2 years, in 2020, digital literacy, digital intelligence have become international standards. In 2010, I declared that I would created some international standard, and it became the dream come true. And at the General Assembly of a international forum, I just realized that I actually made my dream come true. And I thought it was possible because that's something that the time we live requires. A lot of people say that you are now a millionaire because you created some international standard, but I don't think so. What it means by having a standard is that we are able to draw the line. So below the line, there should be no one. So the DQ standard is what I did for last 10 years. And my next 10 years will pay more attention to what I presented at the General Assembly of the what General Assembly of the UN presented recently. Now, for the next 10 years, I will work on everyone around the globe will use my global standard. I know one thing for sure. We are on board of Sewol. If you think of the Sewol ferry incident, it happened because we missed that golden time. Within 2 hours or 110 minutes, we were able to save those children. But if we work together with Marine Patrol and our police, it would have only taken 5 minutes. And I actually did a simulation. We are in the time that we can give up on that 110 minutes or 105 minutes. So for the next 10 years, I would like to unfold this digital intelligence initiative with 1 billion people with the digital skills. Not only for workforce, but special needs, refugees, people with special needs and refugees, they need a digital intelligence. Can we do it? No. What we can do is to renew and update so that the standard will be relevant as time goes by. You are the actors who can make it happen. You can connect other digital skills along with the digital intelligence, and you can draw the roadmap. Lego has a certain strategy. Digital skill program at Lego adopts my standards, and Lego can do, then other companies can do it. So I want to keep tracking on the impact of digital intelligence in the future. And this can be done by the entrepreneurs of startups, and hopefully I would like to do some DCube forum with you in the future. And to wrap up, thank you very much to give me a floor today, and I look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you. We have to use digital technology in our lives, And because of that, DQ is very important for individuals, but also for nations. And there's are also differences in terms of digital among the countries and the different classes. And if a DQ could be, there could be a standard for the DQ, so it would be possible for us to measure the difference, and we could also see what the meaning of that difference is. And the young people here, we could discuss this DQ issue, and I think it could be quite productive. And we're going to come back to you later with some comments and questions later. Well, Ms. Park talked about the social impact. She started her DQ Institute in order to bring about social impact, and she was able to grow it into an international organization within 10 years. You may heard about Radish. If you're interested in web novels, that you may have downloaded some novels from Radish, or you may have uploaded novels onto the Radish, so that you may have become a web writer. And so this Mr. Lee has founded Radish, and now he is working at Kakao Entertainment. Mr. Isu? I'm Seung-Yoon Lee of Radish. Good evening. We were going to ask you, rather than you listening from you about your career, about Radish. So I think it would be better for us to ask your questions and have your answers. There are some people here who may not have used Radish. So can you talk to us what Radish is? Well, Radish is a company that provides novels via the mobile applications. And so just like a Netflix original, within Radish, we have content producers. And these content producers have employed writers from the studios, and they're creating Radish original works. And there are so many different types of content. There could be video, there could be a Netflix or TikTok, or there could be screams. And I think the biggest advantage or benefit of the novel is that it's the speed. For instance, a podcast, Harry Potter, there are different series, but I was able to read the whole series within a week because I stayed up all night. But in our case, there were 3,000 episodes of a novel, and so there was a novel that was uploaded either 4 times a day or 3 times a day. It's all possible because it's not just one writer writing the novels. Just like in Hollywood, it's a collective writing system. So we have brought in that system into Radish, so that a group of writers will be working on a novel. And so we have these writers be able to write and upload different episodes of novels very quickly. So we have about 1 million users just in the United States. And there are some novels that have revenue about 7 to 8 billion won. And there are some really enthusiastic readers. And who are these enthusiastic readers? I understand that Radish is a paid service. So how much money do they have to pay in order to read novels from your platform? Yes, it's a paid for service. And the romance novels are really popular. And most of the readers, of course, are ladies. And so in the US, they have moved from the printed books to e-books to e-books. the and then the writer, excuse me, the audience, so the readers were of the romance novels were most open to these different platforms, and so now we have romance or romance suspense. So there are sub categories of the romance category that are popular, and not just within the Radish, but within the Kakao Enter. We, of course, we're going to cooperate with the Kakao Enter so that we can provide more organic and organic growth through mergers and others. And your loyal customers, I mean, who are they? What region are they from? Can you tell us who these loyal readers are? They are mostly from North America. They are if between the ages of late 20s to early 30s, because this is a paid service, and it's so if it's free, we would have teenagers and young people in their early 20s, but this is paying services, so we do have a little older readers. And so, for you to expand scope of your customers, you may need to focus on a certain group of readers. So who are you going to focus on? Well, our reader group as of now is potentially very large, and so we have not been able to reach all possible readers within that age group of late 20s and early 30s. And we may have more genres. We may be able to convert our existing readers, and we could also attract new readers. And if you look at Kakao Entertainment's businesses, it has done a lot of, it has grown inorganically by mergers and acquisitions. So we could do something similar within Radish. So Radish is a very successful web novel platform. And when a platform begins, there's this issue of whether a hen comes first or egg comes first. So you have to have customers in order to be able to provide, and you have to have a provider in order to attract customers. So what did you do with this? How did you deal with this issue? Well, initially, we brought in writers who were uploading their stories for free on certain sites. So these writers had a lot of following already, but they were not yet monetizing their work. So we brought these writers onto our platform, and just like Candy Crush or Anypong, they were so if the readers wait long enough, they will be able to read the different episodes. But if they wanted to read the episodes quickly, then the readers would have to pay a small amount of money. And so it was a more supplier driven, IP driven, writer driven method is the method we employed in order to attract customers, that is the readers. In case of a content platform, user-generated contents or these narrative contents, there are, there's a limit to creating this new content from user-generated methods. And on YouTube, you have videos that are repeated, over and over again. And Netflix is doing its own production, has its own unique contents, because in order to attract more viewers. And so that the premium content platform, you have to have more than writers. And you need to have more than two-sided marketplace. We wanted to take a more proactive approach. So we thought that we should create a very high-quality, unique content on our own. And in the United States, web novelists They would write until like 200 episodes, but then they would not write anymore because they were not so sure whether they would be able to make money. And also because these writers would not continuously write, the existing sites or the platforms were more focused or depending on the published writers because the published writers already had content, and so we allow these writers to continue to write with financial compensation. So you said that you were able to source the writings, the content, and then have people come and read and pay a small amount of money to give them the privilege to read. And so let's meet other panelists before, and then we'll come back to you later.
We have some rising stars for the enterprises, and we have 3 speakers and panel discussants in front of you. They have something in common. Who hosted this event? JDC, Jeju Development Center, and then within their complex, they have the Innovation Center, and all their companies are relocated in that Jeju Development Complex, and then that paved the road to further develop their businesses. And we would like to share some of their experience. And first, Karang. Karang is the car repairman service. I am from Karang, and my name is Park Jong-kwan, and we provide a service like a contactless car maintenance. And I would like to share what we do with the KAIST and how we ended up relocating our business in Jeju. Sometimes you had some issues in the course of a car repairing, and that's why we started our business. Because there is a asymmetric information, so it's more like visiting doctors and your main doctor visiting you solve the problem. So based on that trust, customers wanted to come back to us because they rely on our services. We started with the dispatch of our mechanics for car repair month, and then there are lots of different types of cars that need more services like a carless, and in time is the key here, and within a certain period of time they need to be supported by some maintenance, and then we collect this information for our business. And the most important part of our business is that we visit the customers, and you can reduce time and cost, and through contactless anytime anywhere service, and you can refer to review and previous services. And sometimes some repairing center give you too much burden to have more services, but we do not do that. So our service is based on a platform, and through the platform you can check and the history of your repairman service of your car through the platform. And by providing these stable services, mechanics can also do their own businesses, more like a small business by individual mechanics. To B2C customers, it is a successful service. It is already synced with Kakao and TMAP. I don't think we have any other competitors in that industry, and a lot of partners want to be connected with us. And for B2B services, we take care of businesses of SoCar, and Be My Car, Carplant, and Tada are also our partners. And we also take care of some rent companies and lease companies. We were successful because we were able to pull out some history of a repairment for our customers. And real time, we're able to find out some problems of the cars, and from the service to the settlement and the payment, we are able to provide a decent service in a stable manner. In Jeju, in terms of R&D, we are able to provide a data analysis system real time and remote manner. We prepared before we relocate in Jeju, but e-vehicle battery information was also collected, because this is an information that needs to see whether this e-vehicle needs more maintenance, and we do this research and the projects with the university called KAIST. And in the future, this data can be utilized for the evaluation of the waste battery. And our business has been growing double each year, and we are genuinely turning into a comprehensive services, and then it's over 10 billion won, and we are still moving forward with more services to be developed in the future. Thank you very much.
지난주에 바로
Last week, I went in to have a checkup of my cars. I was 10 minutes late, and I lost a spot. I mean, I just couldn't receive the service. I mean, if you could have that this service, it would be really convenient. And as was mentioned, in case of electric vehicles, depending on how you drive, the residual value could change. And so, with the accumulation of data, it would be much easier to have transactions as used cars. And so it seems that he's collecting a lot of data, and as somebody who's involved in data-related work, it's really good to see. And in case of Radish, it was about web novels. Now we're going to talk about Unit.
It is a content-wise business, and I would like to invite Mr. Song Min-soo of a Unit character, and let's get to know more about the service of Unit character. Can I operate my slide? Can you see my slide? It is not ready yet. For your information, do you know who Pororo created? Who created Pororo? Econics. Well, my name is Song Min-soo from Unit Character. Good evening. I would like to introduce my background. I worked for Iconics that created Pororo for about 7 years. And I joined that company. I worked there for the best time of the company. And after that, in 2017, I started my own business. I'm sure all of you watched Squid Game on Netflix, and within 4 weeks, the value became 4 trillion won, and the value of a BTS songs are priceless. These are all about contents, K-pop songs, K-contents, and you can't really think of any industry who can create a 4 trillion won value. Maybe semiconductor. Well, contents can do that. K-drama, K-pop songs. But we are working in the area of K-animation. First, our product is Cricket Pong and Bong Bong Guardian that we succeeded in the past, and I would like to introduce a little more about that. Cricket Pong is a game based on the sport called cricket. In India, 1.4 billion people enjoy cricket. It's more like a religion for them. We decided to go to Indian market, and we tried to find what Indian children will love, and that was cricket. And we created this animation. luckily they didn't have animation of cricket before we started. So we created Cricket Punk Season 1, and it's about 11 minutes with the 26 episodes. And we started our service in the Middle East and Canada, and all over the globe, children are watching Cricket Pong. We targeted overseas market from the beginning. In the Arabic, Spanish, English, Hindi were the languages that we used for overdub. Usually we started with language of Korean, and after that, if needed, we overdub with English, but from the beginning we started the English language and we expanded to Arabic, Hindi, and other languages to target overseas market. We also run YouTube channel, and we're having more subscribers. 80% of them are Indians. So that means that Indian children love Cricket Pong right now, and we use the YouTube channel for our promotion. Maybe my DQ is not that high. And we confirmed the establishment of Indian branch, and in 2 years we are going to visit day after tomorrow in Bengaluru. You can see the guy with the cricket bat, and usually cricket players are the main characters on commercials because they have a great popularity, and this guy is called Ajinkya Lahane. And interestingly, his manager first contacted us through LinkedIn, and they said they loved Cricket Pong, and the manager also introduced that to Mr. Lahane, and then he showed that to his daughter, and then the daughter started to sing along Cricket Pong, and then he started to be more interested, and so the manager contacted us first, and that's how we contacted with Mr. Lahane. And he's going to become one of the stakeholders. So you can imagine Heung-min Son can join you and your startup as a stakeholder. So our goal is to make Cricket Pong as Bororo in India. I'm missing one slide, but after Cricket Pong, what I'm missing is called Bong Bong Guardian. As the moderator mentioned, we are relocated in JDC. There's an accelerator program we joined, and because we were selected as the accelerating firm, and we came to Jeju and we started to be interested in creating animation that can represent Jeju, and we started making it, and I think earlier next year you should be able to watch this on TV. If you look at this picture, this orange hair girl is a daughter of a Hallabong farm owner. And you can see Haenyo, sea lady, dive lady, and we have camellia character. So all these characters represent symbols of Jeju, like e-vehicle, some character related to that traditional rice cake, and so our company members all visited, taking turns and visited in Jeju to do some study more about Jeju to make this Bongbong Guardian more Jeju-centric. And a lot of Chinese are interested in this Bongbong Guardian, and we already registered the patent for the potential market entry into China. especially for cricket pong. We are also creating English education program. In India, there are a lot of people who can read, and there are big gap between the rich and the poor. And then as a part of the ESG, we started to talk about some corporate social responsibility services by using cricket pong. And in our Bongbong Guardian, also there's a scene that those characters win over these villains who harm environment. So we try to give a good influence on the society in terms of ESG, and we can also create added value through that project. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you. And traditionally, well, I've watched NFT, and that started with 2,000, and now it's $2 million, and it's a big business now. If you think of Roblox, that's widely spread around the globe. So Squid Game only was released, and if you look at Roblox, they already started to do some sugar candy game from Squid Game, and younger generations are more sensitive to these contents, and maybe these contents can be even traded off, and that can expand some possibilities of the businesses. And now let's hear from Blue Whale.
So you are connecting people, who have spaces and who need spaces, so that the space can be shared. My name is Oh Sang-hyuk of Blue Whale. Well, I used to be a software developer at LG Electronics. I also used to work a strategic development team and involved in smart mobility development. And smart mobility is growing and with the development of the smart mobility, logistics business is growing. And for smart mobility to grow, infrastructure is needed. And space, I think it's part of infrastructure, and space is needed for smart mobility, and that's what got me interested in this business. There are so many spaces, vacant spaces in shops and stores. And those empty spaces can be used as a logistics center or the distribution center. And there could be small, buildings, that have, empty spaces. And so I have started this business to mediate use of these empty spaces. With COVID-19, delivery, especially quick delivery, has become very important, and the delivery that used to take like 3 days is now the delivery is done within a day. And in Europe, I understand there's a 10-minute delivery service. The change is that in the past, the logistic business was done mainly by large companies, but now the logistics business, especially the delivery business, is done by startups. And when it comes to deliveries, especially the quick, speedy delivery is very important. And so there is going to continue to be a demand for spaces. In the past, the distribution centers or the warehouses were outside of cities, but now these distribution centers, they are becoming smaller and are being relocated to the city centers, and so that these distribution centers can be close to the customers, and where thereby allow for 10-minute quick delivery of the products that have been ordered by the customers. So I may have, sent something to next building, but the delivery person would have gone around a whole neighborhood before delivering the product to the next building. And so that it was the complexity of the delivery service in the past. But now with the last mile service, the focus is on ultimately providing the service or the delivering the product. And so we, in order to realize such a service, we have this. We thought about setting up the warehouses nearby the buildings, nearby where the customers are. And if we could reduce delivery time, if we could reduce the movement distance or the travel distance, we would be able to reduce the carbon footprint of the transportation vehicles or the mobility, and contribute to the reduction of the carbon emissions. And just like Radish, we have set up a platform. So we're trying to connect people who already have spaces and the people who need a space on our platform. In the beginning, we focused on the people who already have spaces. We have over 2,500 spaces on our platform, and there are franchises that have listed or registered their spaces onto our platform. And so through our platform called Lux Day, customers could reserve space within a store so that they can put the products or put their goods. So we are trying to create value from these empty spaces. And ultimately this will help to reduce the emissions. But in the short term, we are going to help small business owners, store owners, to create profit and to create revenues by utilizing the spaces they already have. So that's what our business is about. Thank you.
특히 뭐 공간 이슈는
Issues about spaces exist anywhere, and sometimes we have unnecessary spaces and some extra space, and it was interesting to see that your company pay attention to some of those spaces. Yes, so if you think of this space while standardizing this space, and maybe sometimes we can use this services for storage, or other times you can use the space for the logistics. So the spatial data is our focus for the business. Thank you. That wraps up all the 5 speakers' short introduction, and now we would like to have a Q&A session. So basically, 3 of you are supposed to ask questions to Dr. Park and Mr. Lee. But first, we would like to ask Dr. Park. I'm not sure what this question is, but it says, I'll just read. As far as I understand, Ms. Park, Dr. Park, are you there? Yes. There's a question from online. So among some children, there are some children between on the border between the normal kids and some people with the special needs and some mental disorder. And for these children, maybe in the context of DQ, is there any tool to be used, or what direction do you recommend for these kids in terms of digital intelligence? Do you have any plans or ideas? To enhance their IQ, if that's your question asks, we do not have expertise in that, but I'm not sure about that exact term, but I'm not sure. But so we focus on special needs children like autism and ADHD I don't want to say issue, but there are some mental disorder, and we do have some programs for these children. So biggest challenge for them is to interact with other people. Usually parents are busy to take care of them, so these children go to online and they face a lot of problems encountered online. It should be a little bit different from our normal children. So if you are interested, if that's the question, we do have some programs and we can provide. That would be very interesting. My youngest one is grade 2. So if you have some services and the programs for children, it might be very interesting. Okay, now any of the panel discussants may ask a question. I mean, we also have Mr. Lee online, so feel free to ask anyone any questions. Okay, I would like to go first.
그 자료를 보고 굉장히
I was impressed very much by Dr. Park's presentation. Maybe ESG should add the word D. D cube for personal could be something that I can paraphrase of what you said. Maybe you can combine with DQ with entrepreneurship. And what do you believe that the entrepreneurs need in terms of DQ? Yes, that's right. As I mentioned, one of our new directions is our future after creating global standards. Child protection is one, but digital competitiveness also is highly related to entrepreneurship, job readiness, and startup spirit. So in cooperation with the Singaporean government, we are working on some policy development. And globally accepted certificate is also our interest. And once you have some certificate from Korea that might not be recognized by Singapore, Saudi Arabia, or the US, so maybe that's something that you are interested. We can do some collaboration. So your idea is very interesting, and I will look it up more later. Thank you for your introduction of your business. Okay, next question. Where should I contact? Where should I find you? Which contact information should I use to contact you? dqinstitute.org is our site, and you can easily find me. So please contact me and I can provide some programs. Sure, I'm sure you can find the email at dqinstitute.org to contact Dr. Park. And next question.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Seung-Yoon Lee. We have animation IPs for the characters that we have, and we're trying to provide education service, but we maybe a platform to provide education service. So when doing a business, doing a platform business, what do we have to think about the most? Is it the killer content? Is it the operation? Is it the marketing? You know, what is it that we need to focus on the most if we're going to succeed a platform business? So as to startup people who are trying to start a platform business, can you give some advices? So you have IP, you want to use those IP to provide online education service? Yeah, we do have animation IP, so we are thinking about doing an education for the children. I think it all depends on depending on what the platforms are. The business that you do has a IP, so it's an IP business. So I think in the beginning, what's really important is the killer contents. You have to have killer contents. So think about it not as a platform business, but as a forum with a lot of good content. That I think how you should approach it first. There's an education contents or the kids contents that's called the master class platform. And there was one writer for the platform, and another person. There were just two people. So I think with just with very small, they only had a few contents, but they had a lot of traction, and so I think a platform is just a platform, as it says. What's really important is the content. With the Baby Shark, with just one song, it became a global phenomenon. Yes, I will work on developing excellent contents.
Well, at the end of the day, we're creating contents in the world we are living, and we should have something in common to create some contents. Otherwise, it's disconnection of the interaction. So you talked about animation service in India. Well, even in India, there are different density of subscribers or viewers. Maybe you can refer to that information in order to provide region-centric promotion strategies. So maybe you can accelerate on-off value chain and value creation. So what segment or what area you should pay more attention for easier expansion of the business. But if you just do little bit of everywhere, it's hard to create a mass business. Starbucks, for example, they first started in Seattle. They only chose a certain sector, certain part of the city, and well, that was more like offline approach. But well, at the end of the day, online services is also for people offline. So maybe we should discuss further later. My name is Park Jong-kwan. I'm from Karang. I ask a question to Mr. Lee.
어려운 부분들
So I have a question related to difficulties in operating a platform. We we go to a person's house to provide automotive repair service. So this is a new type of service. So we had to change the way people think about the repair services, and that is why we focus on marketing. And in your case, Radish, I understand the importance of contents, but this web novel subscription culture, I think, was established by your company, and you had people willing to pay for that subscription. So in order to promote this new culture, what did you do? And any tips that you can give us, what helped you to succeed? On a platform business, you have to increase both the demand and supply. Did you have any difficulties in increasing both the demand and supply? So, each business has different way of succeeding. So there's no one recipe for success. So I can only talk about our experience. We had a diverse marketing campaigns for Radish. On Radish, it's a web novel. We've advertised it as a web novel platform. But the nature of the fundamental element of our business was the killer content. So we used the killer contents to be able to expand our business. Well, Netflix is such a successful business because it has its own unique contents. And there's a content analysis or strategy team within the Netflix that does the evaluation of the contents, and they see how much traction a certain content has in terms of getting new customers. And we do the same. So as we work on the covers, the on the cover of the there would be like a hooking phrases, the hooking sentences from a novel, and so the people would read these sentences and these phrases, and would be and their curiosity would be piqued, and they would be induced into visiting our platform to read the novels. And the core for us, the core value is core content, and we were trying to advertise the key our killer content with sentences and the phrases. And I don't know how you're doing your advertisement or marketing, but if you are doing performance marketing, I mean, you have to do a lot of testing. I mean, there's no one right answer. Some of the work has to be quite intuitive. You have to try many things before you get one thing right. Thank you.
몇 개 정도
So you tried a few more scenarios, and you ended up successful with one? Well, it's not really like scenario, but maybe we have some commercial concept and we call it platform itself. You can focus on price policy, but at the end of the day, it's all about content. And then if you have some content options, and maybe one was really attractive and to marketing staff, and then there were some lines that we tested, and in the course of creating commercial, well, we own the IP, and we had to change the first and the second paragraph at the first attempt, and that's the case that the commercial actually affected the service. Well, in terms of contents, we often think of killer contents. In the case of Karang, maybe you should think of some killer contents for those who need a car repairman service. And if Karang targets that killer contents for those people in need of services, maybe you can have a better access to some areas with more demands, but there are other areas with less demands, but those people with better income background. And for example, the town I used to live, and they had a very famous restaurant, and I wasn't sure because it wasn't special, but I just realized that they didn't have that kind of sushi restaurant in that town. So maybe sometimes it's necessary to do some regional research. Maybe Dr. Park, Mr. Lee have questions to the panel discussants or the audience on the floor, maybe?
먼저 얘기하시죠.
Maybe Ms. Park can go first.
As I listen, I learned a lot. All these three panel discussants have great businesses, and I do want to learn more about your service. And what I thought was Karang and Blue Whale use platform, and maybe we can think of something in common with DQ, safety by design. And safety by design and the security, privacy is very important for your service, and it's important to have some interaction because you want to avoid bad feedback from customers through poor interaction. And maybe you can also think of privacy by design by combining data security and privacy issues in a decent manner. So I think you can find some room for improvement, and it could be very interesting. And in case of unit character, I love animation, and I do want to check out your animation. And you talked about some social impact and corporate social responsibilities, and that's something that we can collaborate. We can teach a lot of elements and the values of social values through animation. Well, I also work with the Indian government and NGOs in India. And it would be great because the content can spread ideas and the policies a lot. So it was interesting to find that you were interested in those social values. Mr. Lee mentioned about killer contents, and I actually took notes. And I fully agree. I'm not sure where you're based on, but I do want to meet you offline to hear more. And I'm deeply impressed by the moderator, and I learned a lot. Thank you. Well, maybe we should create a animation based on DQ. Well, India or not, we can provide our contents of animation to promote DQ, so probably we can discuss a further collaboration. Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, any comments to wrap up?
All of you are doing, wonderful business. I don't think I need to add anything. As I was starting my business, the most difficult thing or the challenge was, questions that I had, whether I would be able to succeed or not. I think persistence. You need to persist, and people have told me that your 8th year or your 10th year is when you're going to see the fruit of all the hard work. In my case, it was 7th or 8th year. So hang on. That's what I want to say. So we have 2 speakers joining us online. We've had 3 panelists. They are incubating and developing their business within JDC, and I'm sure that their businesses will continue to grow. Dinner begins at 7:30. I don't know if you can join us virtually. And also, the panelists here, you could all join us together for the dinner. Excuse me, Mr. Lee and Ms. Park will not be able to join us because they are abroad, but it would be nice to meet someday face to face. Thank you.